is that effort. The dean would be provided with an evaluation form, and that evaluation form is ready to guide how we would approach similar interventions, and also what other interventions may be required to ensure that the capacity building process is ongoing, because we need to continue to learn. Then as we move forward, I thought it would be important for me to start by looking at some of the issues that we covered as a form of recap. One is we defined what colonialism is, and we also suggested that the colleagues should praise themselves or prize themselves with the works of Fanon, who has actually been much more clear in terms of the manifestation of colonialism on the psyche of the oppressed. And first is to understand colonialism as a system that was violently, or that involves a violent encounter between the colonized and the colonizer, perpetrated by the colonizer. And it's also a system that is sustained by violence. And it is also for that reason that ultimately the anti-colonial struggles also assume a violent nature. But this linked to the colonization, which involves also the conquering and the rule of a people by some people who have declared themselves to be the perpetual masters of others, was the importance of making sure that those people are also dehumanized, and that the dehumanization serves the two purposes. One, it assists the colonizer who often claims to be civilized, and also to be committed to issues of equality. But how can you treat people like that? And the issue of dehumanization is to say, no, that we're not dealing with people. So within the construct of colonialism is the categorization of people, some as human and some as subhuman and some as no human at all. So you need to understand its trailer, as we indicated yesterday. But the system, when it is achieved, its success, it's when it has ensured that those who are dominated start singing virtues to that system. It is about co-opting some by the oppressed to become junior oppressors of their own people. So when you have that, then you have actually achieved that. So the dehumanization serves that purpose. One, to ensure that in the end, the colonized internalize this process that seen as almost status that is inevitable, that cannot be changed. And then when we also talk about the politics of knowledge, we reminded colleagues of what Leslie said about African people, and also his commitment that the time we are done with implementing apartheid, the no future government will be able to reverse it. And when we look at conditions today, we can see that the reversal of the legacy of apartheid apartheid legacy is still intact. So making the was prophetic in his own words. The second thing that I thought we should also understand, and food, especially as people who are engaged in knowledge production, is what Chiogo says in the decolonizing the mind. That the main thrust of colonialism is also to target the minds of the colonizer in such a way that they produce the type of intellectual and academic who be beholden to coloniality. And we talk about how who you must read, who wrote a very interesting article on the intellectual underdevelopment of Africa. Walter Rodney wrote about how you underdeveloped Africa. Contributing to that aspect. Intellectual underdevelopment of Africa. And you see the manifestation of that when the social confidence of African people has now, the question was raised yesterday about how we know that we have reached a stage where we can say our education has become African. And the University of Julian has come up with a description, not so much about the end state, but about how a person or institution that is rooted, that you can call that it's an African institution or African university will be seized with, and or what type of responsibilities it will be engaged with. And we define that that institution will be an institution whose scholarship speaks directly to the socio-economic and cultural challenges faced by the African majority. This scholarship will serve as a countervailing force to the current and dominant paradigm that not only mimics but is intended to meet the theoretical needs of our Western counterparts and answer the questions they pose instead of addressing the national challenges. The Hutunji provides a full article around that. And it's also one of those that will be worth reading. And also in the ancient, the dean should remind our manager, Lungelo, to ensure that this PowerPoint becomes available to members of staff. So that those who were not so much attentive could find a way of. Okay. Now, before we talk about the history of the decolonization of knowledge, it's also very important to understand why you do this. You look back and you look at the history, because at each moment of resistance, there are certain understandings. And as you look at them, then they are accumulative. And then you become more sophisticated in your engagement. I repeat, it is important to historicize our engagement because we should have the humility to understand that we are not the first people to think around this. For as long as our people were oppressed, they had, in one way or another, been engaged in a decolonial struggle. I mean, Mandela put it very nicely when he says, when he grew up, he had the elders talk about the anti-colonial heroes, the Bambatas, the Intas, the Mushashwas, the Sikunis. And he said he wished that he could be history and life would be so kind that he could become, he'll be given an opportunity to be part of that anti-colonial struggle. But that anti-colonial struggle takes place within this reality. The reality that was expressed by Ian Smith, and it is shared by many other people. Some people may not say it as boldly as Ian Smith said, but they still say it nonetheless. He says when he looks at Africa, Africa must be very grateful that it was colonized. Says, I would say colonialism is a wonderful thing. It spread civilization to Africa. Before it, they had no written language, no wheel as we know it, no school, no hospital, not even normal clothing. And when we talk about decolonial scholarship, that is what we are dealing with. Then the second thing is, which we try to emphasize, and I think this will be probably some of the most important lessons that you must always have, is that is what Chinua Achebe said, that until the lions have their historians, tales of the hunt shall always glorify the hunter.
And if we are not going to be engaged in telling our stories, other people will tell their stories about us on our behalf without us. And this find also make expression also in scholarship. Professor Moyo, you remember the thing example that I gave that when I was still teaching and attending some of these conferences, one of the presenters who happens to be white was talking about black kids and black students. And as she was explaining what she found problematic or the deficit among the African people, when she finished, and she finished what she considered to be a scholastic paper, I raised my hand and told the audience that was very excited about the presentation that I have been black all my life. That even in my dreams, I still remain very black. So there's never been a moment when I was not black, and I've been a black teacher in black schools. And even listening to her, I cannot relate at all to what she was talking about. And then she was quick to tell me that no, she relies on the work that was done, and she quoted the people that whose work she relies on, and those people happen to be white people. So I said, you see, that's the problem that again, you're taking the distortions that were made by other people about me. Now you want me to buy a story about what you described when I know full well that it is not so. But it comes out to say until you tell your story, other people will tell a story about you. Hence, there is also a historic responsibility for African scholars to be able to tell the story of Africa. Because if you don't do that, then so that's why Chinua Achebe, until the lions have their historians, takers of the hunt, shall always glorify the hunter. So let us not participate in glorifying the hunter. And the last one is the importance of control of the master narrative. That the master narrative guides thought, beliefs, and actions. What you think you become. And if you don't control the ideas, then you don't control the future. You don't even control the past. And in this country, we know that the past is also unpredictable. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch, the ruling ideas, says Karl Marx. And he continues to say the class which has the means of material production at its disposal has control at the same time over the means of mental production. And that is a statement that is potent and pregnant with meaning. That until you also have the means of intellectual production, until you create the platforms in which you will propagate your ideas, you'll always be an onlooker in the political game of knowledge. So we need to capture those three statements as we move forward. Now, today, what I thought we would do is also to look at some of the interventions that have been made by people in this decolonial and anti-colonial struggle. And in that engagement, some put it as the struggle for epistemic freedom. Remember what when Professor Moyo was here, yeah, he thought he would somehow encourage you to have an appreciation of reading. And among that is also to find a way in which you can begin to appropriate language, words, concepts, which would prove to be important tools that one needs in the process of engagement. Because if you don't have the tools of engagement, you will not be able to to persuade those you are talking to. Now, epistemic freedom, to put it mildly, Klepman puts it as a shift of perspective. A shift of perspective from looking at Africa through a lens that is external, and also using the intellectual apparatus. You know, and if you think about it, about the intellectual apparatus, you can think about binoculars. Because I often tell my colleagues who live in the suburbs that when you guys cover Soweto, the problem is that you're looking at Soweto through binoculars that are out of focus. So the images that come there are so distorted and they are not reflective of what's in. So the issue of talking about epistemic freedom is also to say when we look at Africa, we must make sure we must shift our perspective so that we do not look at Africa through those colonial apparatus, but we must study the indigenous origins of African societies and the patterns of thought that are embedded in them. And having done that, then we can also move to the next level of saying, how has this been distorted ultimately by colonialism? And there were a number of issues that when you talk about decolonization and its manifestation, we also, colleagues yesterday were also talking about what needs to be done. And they will discover that in thinking along those, they're building on some of the concerns that have been raised in terms of what decolonization means. And I just want to take you back to simply what we discussed yesterday. And this table was developed by Professor Samuel Ndovugacheni. Says the colleagues were saying part of the decolonization will also involve asking the question, whose canon are they anyway? That who are you reading? You know, my brother used to, whenever he went to buy a book, one of the things that he would do is to go and look at who gets referenced. I mean, there's one former vice chancellor of one university here in this country who was considered to be leftist, who the ruling party relied heavily on, who went abroad after a short stint at one of the prestigious universities. When he was given an opportunity to reflect on the transformation and challenges of South Africa, this professor, born and raised in this country, or probably he might have been raised in the UK, wrote a book about thinking, a chapter, gave a chapter about the transformation and transitions. And I was asked to respond to the chapter, to the presentation. And when I got that, this leftist professor, who has a lot of black people looking up to him, writes and presents a paper, and in that paper, there's no reference to one black scholar. Again, going back to what Ian Smith says, that when you look at black people, it's darkness and emptiness. And I made sure that when I review the book, the chapter, I actually point out that it's unfortunate that somebody could be invited by a very important organization that looks at quality and that wants to influence the thinking in this country, but can't find even one black person. But what it shows is the default position that says nothing of value can be expected from black people. And again, it goes back to saying it is about decolonization. It's about removing the canons of knowledge to also appreciate that the scholarship has always existed in Africa in its own form. And remember what I said, and I'll repeat. And as educators, you'll remember this, and you'll also have a duty to remind your other colleagues in other departments that when we talk about the challenge we face is, I said, it's threefold. One is to unmask the Eurocentric biases that you find in our text and everything that we with it. The second is also to reverse the erasure of African knowledge system and also the silencing of African voices and African scholarship, which is what this professor was actually doing. That you are erased in history, you are airbrushed as if you never existed. So this is what decolonization means. Then the last one, which I said, is that it's also to undo the distortions that we find today as people continue to describe the African reality. The Professor Akume, what's wrong with your watch? It keeps moving very faster than the children. I think then there's an issue of de-imperialization. Again, it's also about challenging those power structures which enable the universalization of knowledge. Remember what the empire does. It declares itself as that you will dance to this drum. So when you talk about de-imperialization, it's one of those things that the scholars have also tried to do, to say, we will make sure that we challenge these power structures. And then, of course, the most important in this country is also to deal with the patriarchy, the depatriarchization of scholarship, where we bring also the feminist perspective, which have always been missing or ignored. Then the last that I'm not going to go through all that is about what we've been engaged with in this country has been more emphasis on de-racialization. But you need also to understand the limits of the de-racialization, which means simply to the substitution of white people with black people. And when you do that, it may be a necessary step in terms of objects, but it is the most inadequate step. Because you can find, again, people who may be black, but epistemically and epistemologically, they are located in Europe. So there is the epistemic location and the social location and the geographic location. So you may have people who have not been to Europe, but they are gays and they see themselves as simply the transmajority of Europe. And I mean, I read for you what one of the greatest liberation movement, the oldest, was saying when they were approaching King George V, how they were submitting and promising that they will behave like their subjects. Then when we started also with the Vice Chancellor's engagement, when she talked about what we call the redisciplining. But the redisciplining is really to start looking at the disciplines and ask the questions, whether are they still adequate to address the modern challenges faced by African people. Because ultimately, it should all be about centering the African experience, which also becomes the basis of our intellectual inspiration and to answer the challenges that they face. The next would be the deprovincialization. And you need to understand that Europe, when you look at the world, Europe is simply a province of the world. Just like Africa is another province, just like America is another province. But what Europe has done, it has universalized itself. So what we need to do, we must first provincialize Europe to make Europe to be what it is. And we must also de-provincialize Africa, where Africa becomes the world, our world. When I worked with my previous boss, Professor Nkondo, when I was at the University of Venda, and I was trying to direct a colleague who was coming from the US and wanted to know where's Venda. And I said, no, University of Venda is 500 kilometers from Johannesburg. And he corrected me and I said, no. Johannesburg is 500 kilometers away from University of Venda. Because what you are saying is very clear that the center must be where you're located. And Professor Akpome continued to emphasize that we are the center, for as long as you don't see yourself as the center. So I'm trying to also give you the language truths and consumer truths about what the deprovincialization means. And then the issue of the bourgeoisement, the de-bourgeoisement of our curriculum is really to understand that even our ordinary people can teach you quite a lot. And in medicine, some of the scholars from the West, when they come to Africa, one of the things that they do, they go to ordinary people to say, how do you resolve this? And actually, medical science has moved much faster in trying to exploit what is called indigenous knowledge. But if we move away from the bourgeois enchantment, then we would realize that there's more to learn from our people. That some of the knowledge is actually contained in the stories, in the poems, in the songs, and within their lives also wisdom. And the one that you might be familiar with, which we have been victims of, is what we call corporatization, where students have become clients, where we talk about inputs, where we talk about cost centers, because where money becomes important. Actually, what has happened is that in the last 10 to 15 years, the whole world was subjected to what we call managerialism within the universities. It was also subjected to what we call marketization within universities. And of course, the other M is the massification. We're talking about the double M. And we need to also democratize our epistemologies and the space. And the issue of de-hierarchization is really also stop thinking that, or it's more about appreciation that there are pyramids of knowledge that come from a number of spaces. And none should actually declare itself to be the one that is above others, which is what colonialism has actually done. Then the point I also want to emphasize is the notion of epistemicide, which is also a term that you will need to use when you talk about epistemic freedom. Colonization involves also genocide, genocidal acts, where people are killed. Like I said, colonization and colonialism was a death project that decided to find who will live. But there's also aligned to that is also the destruction and the denial of other people's contribution, intellectual contribution and scholastic contribution. And that erasure of people's knowledge system, and also the denial of that they can actually think, is what is called epistemicide. It is to define it in a simpler way. When people talk about what is genocide, then we can talk about the epistemicide. I think this comes from Bewaji, that it's an act, behavior, exercise, or crime, violent or non-violent, overt or covert or benign, of omission or commission, directed against a group's intellectual heritage, ontological construct, metaphysical presuppositions of existence, governance, institutions, and traditions, social and ethical, and ultimately their indigenous knowledge system, with the sole or ultimate intent of destroying the existence of the group or group's knowledge of themselves and their identity. So when we talk about decolonization, it's also about ensuring that we are addressing the epistemicide. And because within that, Professor Moy was talking about how epistemology also creates ontology. That if you are going to reverse your ontological existence, that is problematic. You also need to start by attacking the epistemicide and reversing it. So that would be one of the important. So there are these definitions that will become very important as we proceed. And there's a lot of that is actually being put there. So what we are faced with is a real existential challenge. And it is put as how do we write people who were excluded from the human family back into the human family? That when we were being written off or airbrushed out of history, the challenge we face is how do we begin to reinsert ourselves back into that story? But of course, the reinserting must also cannot be simply about wanting to be included, and which is what some people have accused Africanization of, that you have the structures and you have been excluded from those structures and you want to be included in those structures. And of course, Professor Moyo and Professor Ndombela have another perspective on how to define inclusivity, which is not simply about being a junior partner in the oppression of other people. It's, I'm not going to define that for them. They have an opportunity to do that. But the long and short of it is that what I've done so far is to give you a sense of what decolonization would mean in terms of the gates, the intellectual gates. It also to take you through some of the manifestation and some of the responsibilities that we need to undertake. Decolonization, de-hierarchization, and also decorporatization of our education, and also addressing the issue of patriarchy. All these are some of the elements of the distortions and the lenses that we use, the lenses of domination. And what those are is what Professor Kume will call the that it's about acquisition of the grammar of change. It's about acquisition of the vocabulary of change. And given that he's a hard taskmaster, when I come back, I would like to talk about that issues of what, when you talk about the historicizing, that we're not simply free floating in space, so we're located in history. There have been other people who have walked this path, and they've created a number of traditions that we need to learn from. One is a black radical tradition. The other one is African nationalist tradition. Then there have been also the Afro-Marxist tradition. There's been post-colonial tradition. There's been feminist and gender traditions that deal with this challenging the hierarchies and the distortions and the exclusions. And lately, the last one of our time is what we call the forest movement, that people have dubbed the roads must fall and fees must fall. And it's also very important to also understand the role of students in bringing about this form of decolonial term. And it's also important that when we say that, we must also understand that when the young people said the roads must fall, they were talking about a space occupied by some of the so-called black luminaries, educated blacks, who have nothing who had no quarrel with Rhodes statue. They were actually probably some of them pride some of the pictures being next to the statue. It took young of our people, but the educated black had no problem with that. You had pastors who were black who never raised issue with Rhodes. And these are the black, the vice chancellors, and these are scholars who are banded around here as if those are the best. And yet take a young student who has not been poisoned or say poisoned sufficiently to become like their bosses, to say there is actually something wrong here. So there are all these insurgent movement and resurgences that we need to appreciate as we move forward. And when you do that, you are also you understand that you are part of many other people, scholars, heroes who have been engaged in dealing with both injustice, whether it's epistemic, whether it's political, whether it's cultural. But ultimately, you need to have the language and the tools that will help you to grapple as we move on. And maybe I should stop here under the pain of imprisonment. I think I need 3 more. 2 more.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together one more time. On the 31st of December 1932, an individual simply described as a local informant by the name of Mowena stumbled on relics of the medieval Mapungubwe kingdom in Limpopo. Somehow, some other person came on the scene, identified as a farmer and a prospector, with an Afrikaner name. And there, the modern world realized that there had been a very sophisticated kingdom in that place. That information was kept secret until 1994. From 1932 till 1994. And historians speculate that it was kept secret because there was no way that kingdom could be traced to a non-African civilization. So when Prof is talking about the erasure of African history, that's what he's talking about. If you look at the pictures of ancient Egypt, which even Western historians have admitted was a black civilization. If you look at the pictures of the sphinxes, the great sphinxes, and the great pyramids, you will see that almost all, I think all the sphinxes have their noses removed. Because the noses were deep, flat noses. The lips were thick, heavy lips that had no resemblance to people of Caucasian descent. It was much later that and a lot of the Greek Europeans, Western civilization prides itself, chooses Greek origin. But there's Western that a lot of that philosophy came after the leading Greek philosophers visited Egypt and burnt the library in Alexandria. So this is what these scholars are talking about. This is what Professor Sieto is referring to when we talk about erasures. And if Prof will allow me one little quarrel, I like to say that colonialism and coloniality is a death project. I don't want to say was. Because I think one of the powers of misleading, of deception, of Western epistemology is the decision to consign to the past that which is present. So I like saying that. I like, maybe that's the little contribution I can make in these grammars and the vocabularies of change. Yes, but my job is a program director. I forget. Please pardon me. Please pardon me. Where is Babu Twala? Where is he? He told us that we should do a group photograph. I'm thinking this is the best time to do the group photograph, yes. So that we save Mary, is he around? Okay, it's not ready. So let's take a 3-minute stretch, and then Professor Jebe will come back. Then we are probably going to do that at the end of the second part of his presentation. Yes, yes. So we have a 3-4 minute stretch break. Thank you.
It's like a soda.
Yeah, no, responding to the social conditions that they faced. And they had to think around what it would mean to rebel and to change those conditions. And what this is what I call moments of heightened political consciousness that lead to action. And those moments lead themselves to what we call the traditions of resistance. So among those was were the following: the Black radical tradition, and also the African nationalist traditions. And when you look at them, they are also informed by a particular moment in history of African people. And even the adoption is also informed by the material challenges that they face, which continue to spawn a different way of putting it, of engagement. I'll give you an example of something that you might be, which might be easier. If you take South Africa's political struggle, it started much earlier with the Bambatas, with the Hinsas, with the Sekunis. And that's why Mandela was saying that in looking at their contribution to the liberation of African people, he wished that he could be part of that struggle. But the struggle went through some metamorphosis, a metamorphosis that was informed by degrees of sophistication throughout. In the 1912 and 1918, it was African elite that spent most of their time writing to the powers that be, pleading, almost begging to be treated as human beings. And as people know that nothing, the power never concedes to anything but truth. And it didn't take long before the young people like the Mandelas at the Youth League realized that the approach by the elders was futile and sterile, that it was leading to nowhere. Biko defined it as if it was a case of holding. It was a case of having a toy phone, talking to somebody who's not listening to you and you think you are listening. And Mandela was able to express that in most dramatic way when he quoted what Albert Luthuli said to him. And Albert Luthuli, when he was confronted, he challenged the Mandelas and said, "Who of you can deny that 30 years of my life has been spent knocking at the door of a white man? And what has been the fruits of that moderation? That instead of people listening to him, what happened is that there were more repressive laws against African people. So the notion of pleading for people who are colonialists was not going to work. People whose whole existence is premised on treating you like somebody who's subhuman, whose whole premise is about exploiting you, both the human and your own resources. And that led to a different approach to struggle. It led to people like Walter Sisulu saying, we are not going to address the issue of freedom as a part of the African elites. That what we need is a mass mobilization, that every African must be involved in their own liberation. So you see from writing letters, petitioning, pleading, in the 40s, there was a change of tempo. And that tempo led from, it was more about the realizing that the approach was not working. And then they adopted a different approach, which was a mass mobilization. The mass mobilization started largely in the 40s. But even then, they discovered that even as they mobilized, the response of the regime was brutal. And that led the people like Mandela to say there comes a time in the life of any nation when you must submit or fight. Because mass mobilization was also met by the brutal boot of the regime. And then that led them to say, it is not only mass mobilization, we must also adopt and go for armed struggle. So what you see is the building on previous struggles based on experience and understanding. It's all about the sophistication that comes with engagement in struggle. And if you listen to the language of people like Mandela, they talk about a government that is illegitimate. So issue of legitimacy was very important. Hence, the discussion about the people shall govern, that we need a government that is legitimate, a government that is based on the will of the people. So when you see that, you see a language that we're using. But when the Bikos came into the picture, they felt that the language used by the Mandelas was inadequate. If you listen to people like Sobukwe, and I would advise you to Google the book. It's a PDF file available. It's called The Sun Shall Rise by Mary Benson. It captures the speeches of guys who were in Robben Island. The people like Hement Toivo Chatoivo, people like Sobukwe, Mandela. There's quite a series of those. It's a very illuminating, but it also shows the differences in the approach and the sophistication of understanding. And what the Bikos were doing, they went beyond even the notion of issues of legitimacy. They were even now calling into question the legality. So there's a difference between calling for legitimacy. What Bikos were saying is that, but these people have no business to come here and declare themselves to be our perpetual masters. So it was not simply that there's an issue of the will of the people. It was simply say, how dare they, coming from Europe? And you saw that language being part of the Black consciousness movement. And secondly, what the Black consciousness movement, which came after the banning of liberation movements, did was also to say, we are not going to be spending most of our time pleading with the regime. We are going to locate the possibility of change within ourselves. Hence, Biko could say that the less we talk about whites, the better. So that what he was saying is that you are oppressed because you have allowed it. So you see a different degree of sophistication that is also informed by the prosecution of struggle. There is a clearer understanding. So when you look at these traditions, also ideologically, you will see a shifting of emphasis and understanding. So we can learn from this, the political struggle, and also learn. And after the Bikos, you also had the young people of 76. What was very interesting, and Sobukwe put it, is that African people were also very scared of going to jail. And what he did during the past laws was to say, we must disempower this fear. And in the book, Aratwa Alike, Biko talks about how fear was the determinant factor of South African politics. That for you to become free, you must be able to deal with fear. And the fear of being jailed was dealt by the people like Sobukwe. Then the Bikos felt that we must also deal with the fear of death. And this is why young people were prepared to face the military might of apartheid. And they were mowed down, but they were still prepared. What shocked the system is that the more they killed them, the more they kept on coming. But that was also a certain high-level, heightened form of engagement. But all I'm trying to point out is it is through struggle that there's a greater sophistication. And in the sophistication, you also find different ways in which the regime is being challenged. Then from 76, which was a point of no return, when young people said we're not even afraid to die, adopting the notions of freedom of death. In 1985, the ANC
sent a message out to say, we now need to make apartheid unworkable and South Africa ungovernable. So that was another heightened form. So you can see between every 10 years, there was a different approach to struggle. So when you look at the traditions, and you historicize them, you'll also see certain elements of sophistication that takes place through the form of engagement where people begin to realize that this is not working. So I thought I'll give you an example of that, and then we end up with post 1994. I don't want to tell you what happened after that, but you'll have an opportunity to reflect on that next week when you go to the ballot box. So the point is, I'm simply throwing for you some of the concepts and some of the ideas, some of the traditions, and that African people have always used to try to understand and to also to rebel against the injustices that they are subjected to. So we had some ideological productions during that process. We had the negritude, the Songo of this world. You had Gavism, you had the Pan-Africanism, you have African nationalism, you had African humanism, you have African socialism, we have African Renaissance. But all these are forms of engagement that Africans throughout history. So Africans have not just been sitting there accepting that we are defeated. And so they continue to fight against their oppression, but they also continued to fight against epistemic injustice. They've always continued to fight against epistemicide, and this is what we're doing. So what I thought I will do was simply to give that list so that you can go and look at what negritude, what was the emphasis on negritude, what was the emphasis on Pan-Africanism, what was African Renaissance all about. But what you found there is African people continuously engaging with the conditions of oppression. And these are what you call the heightened moment of political consciousness. And or some theoretical schools that they shape. And the people in the decolonial space, they call them the decolonial turns. So as we participate in decoloniality, we must be able to understand this history and arm ourselves and know that our job is to build on these particular struggles. Am I clear on that? So I'm not going to deal with it. So I'm going to move with great speed because I'm under pressure here and I'm under oppression of sorts. But the but the point that is also raised is that all these engagements continuously raise questions that people thought have already been settled around knowledge. And the crisis that we experience, they also deal with it. But the most important aspect of coloniality and challenging it is also about shifting the geography of knowledge and of reason to simply not think that reason is simply a monopoly of people from a particular province of the world. So it's about shifting the geography of reason, but also when we participate in producing our own knowledge, it's also a form of also shifting the biology of knowledge. So those are our struggles. So I'm not going to I've already mentioned the black red card tradition, which gave rise to Rastafarianism, Harlem Renaissance, Black Power consciousness in the US and all that. It's stuff that you'll look at. But as I indicated earlier, that what that involved was also studying, especially for African Americans, studying and teaching about Black people who were erased in history. It was also centering Black people's experience as agents of study and learning. It was also about countering racism that they found. And you need to understand that we learned a lot from the diaspora. And if you think about Pan-Africanism, it didn't start in Africa. And it makes sense why it didn't start in Africa, because African Americans were in the belly of the beast. They had their back against the wall. And when you've got your back against the wall, you even clutch as a straw and you become more creative because you can't breathe. And today they still say they can't breathe. And truly, we also can't breathe. And this is why we're embarking on this. We've got a knee on our neck, and it's a need that we must address. And the black intellectual, black radical tradition is what also led to what you may call black historic black universities in the U.S., like the Howard universities of this world, the Morehouse, the Spelman. They began to create their own, even though the part of the problem is that they were more built along the European model. The chapter that I'll give you will deal with that. So in Africa, we also witness changes that were happening because of new countries becoming politically independent or supposedly politically independent. And what they did was to start putting more black people to run those universities, you know. But early on, there were some people who began to start questioning that simply replacing and adopting those universities is inadequate to deal with the challenge of a pesticide that African people were faced with. So the notion of simply replacing black people, replacing white people with black people, was no longer uh, adequate. And of course, there are some people who could not, who were sufficiently colonized that they could not imagine moving away from the master. They loved the master so much. And they even call some of the universities, Professor Akbume, University of Ibadan was called the Oxford of Nigeria, or one of them. They even claim that this Oxford based in Nigeria or Cambridge based in Nigeria, but because they love the master and they could not imagine the master not being there. So they need to be chaperoned. They need to be assisted. You know, they need affirmation. And we also in South Africa post 1994, we suffer from the same disease, always looking for white affirmation. That's why you have some of the people, if they get posted white university, they get excited and say, I'm the only black person around here. I mean, you know, and you know that the brother or the sister needs help, you know. But anyway, the long and short of it is the challenges that we face are still the same challenges, but we can learn from these traditions in terms of the questions that they were responding to, and we should actually become sophisticated. So if we're going to become a note for African thought, we need that level of sophistication. And we should also know that Africanization or inclusion is not sufficient because you are simply participating in the European game. And if you're participating in the European game, you're not making any changes. And we wonder why our universities are still a problem. They are a problem for our students because our students, even when they graduate to unemployment, which shows that there's a macro issue that we have not conceptualized. And you also have some of our best students and academics going to these historical white universities, which are nothing else but the slaughterhouse for black talent. But again, a colonized black would rather die in a different slaughterhouse than another slaughterhouse. So the long and short of it is that there have been a number of interventions. I'm not going to go through it. I just want to come down to my slides will indicate the interventions that occurred throughout the continent and some of the weaknesses and some of the challenges that African scholars had. And that also led to situations where some Africans were found to be very problematic. I'm also reminded of one of the universities, I think, government in Kenya, when students were raising issues. And then the question was asked about who's influencing these students. And then somebody said, no, it's Karl Marx. And one of the cabinet ministers said, no, it's about time we arrest this Karl Marx. You know. But Kwesipra raised the issue about why does this, why do we continue to have these problems? And Gacheni says, the intimate question that he's asking is that we are faced with is that how do we decolonize the academic enterprise? How do we indigenize knowledge production? How do we domesticate knowledge and its production? That is a question that the Kwesi Prize is asking. And that's a question that we must ask. And that's a question that has been asked also yesterday. How do we move from here? But the how must not assume a situation where you think the answer lies out there. The answer lies with you. And it's important that we start beginning to understand the importance of theorization. And a part of the problem is that we are also asking this question within the context where there is a reproduction of intellectual imperialism. We do this within the context where the coloniality of knowledge is sustained. We do this within the context of where our consciousness is to look to Europe. And Thandika Ngandawire puts this as part of the training of Africans. Says that you have Africans who were trained exclusively in the West. You have some who were trained here and went to study abroad, and you have those who were trained here. And because of that varied history, they tend to worship different intellectual gods. Those some who have studied abroad, some of them come out there already rejecting that, and some of them come being more having assimilated and being very proud. So they have no quarrel. They are simply happy. Those are the what you call the Bintus that have been to America, been to China, been to this, and it becomes the only language that they have. But then you also have some who are in the middle, who say, well, they're on the fence. They hear this side, they hear this side. I mean, I remember one professor who is loved by the white media in this country being asked by, actually, this is a story that was being narrated to me by Dr. Wale Sorat, saying, when I introduced the concept of African Renaissance, this person said, no, I like the idea very much. And he went on to talk about why this idea is very important. Then he says, on the other hand, then he comes about resisting that. Then he says, I was listening to this guy. Then he says, on the other hand, he says, no, there's no other hand, And he says, I got so frustrated that I decided to ask, Chief, are you in or out? So you may find that you may have to ask those questions that so that you don't waste your time, Dr. Ratau. Sometimes you must ask these guys that in this journey, are you in or out? So that you don't waste your time with the people who are happy to be in the plantation, because there are some people who, when the master is sick, they say, we sick, so we need to be alive to that, So anyway, now let me sort of wrap it up by talking about some other things. One, there's a chapter, an article by Lista Delpit. You can Google it. It's available on the internet, and it looks at the silence dialogue. It's that's supposed to be silenced with a D, the dialogue. It's a power and pedagogy in educating other people's children. It's she was, I think, at Harvard University, and you can look at what she grapples with about how we should take ownership and responsibility for educating our own children. I mean, there's also a book. I think Professor Brown was talking about why is my curriculum white, or that type of question that the young people are beginning to ask. And there's also what Macedo, who I worked, I had the pleasure of spending time with, who's at University of, he used to be at University of Massachusetts, at Boston campus, where I was Professor Moyo in my youthful days. When I was teaching mathematics at the time. Macedo wrote a chapter called Literacy for Stupidification. And he was a Freire scholar, and he's the one who invited Freire to come to Harvard. And I missed Freire by a few months because he died just when I went to Harvard. But Macedo was looking at or trying to understand why will people, even when the evidence is before them, continue to ignore that evidence. And what he did was to try to understand how the jury that sat on Rodney King's case. Rodney King was a black man who was beaten 63 times with a baton, and he was hit, and he was trying to cover, and he was fighting for his life, but he continued to be beaten, and this was captured in video. And when it went to court, that this was in LA. There was a white jury. The white jury and the whole world was watching this case. They looked at this, but at the end, they said not guilty. And the whole world was outraged. And that's what led to the LA riots. Black people just went on rampage out of anger. It's what you call righteous anger. So there's people who need to understand that in this country, that there's something called righteous anger, when people will be outraged, but because they don't know any other way of expressing it, they express it that way. This is why when we talk about the courts, we expect judges who have what you call judicial discernment, not people who say, I'll come up with this position because I can. You have a responsibility to think about what are the consequences of that. You cannot allow yourself to be so hateful to an individual that at the end there are about 300 bodies just because you can. So it's always very important that as African people, we become alive to that every decision has consequences, and whether you can live with those consequences, and whether you can be so proud that decisions I've made have led to the death of so many people and still walk tall. And those of us who are in history or study history, we know that in the long run, somebody must account. You cannot have so many people dying and you think you can get away with it. In the same way that America came to learn that they cannot do what they did to Rodney King. So you must understand that it is righteous anger. We will express our anger in silence. But you must also understand that we do that because we can afford to do so. Other people are not in a position to intellectualize around oppression that they experience. People like us can escape it, but the others are not in that position. So I'm simply raising the issue of responsibility, and that we can look at things as if they're academic. Injustice is not an academic exercise. People like me can write about how something is unjust, but the only person who feels it and who knows it is not going to react the same way as I do. My protest is with my pen. Their protest is with other things. But anyway, what Macedo was trying to do was trying to understand how people with that evidence before them could simply say, these guys are not guilty. But he found that actually, for as long as they were beating up Rodney King, for them it was an animal that refuses to cow down. So they did not see a human being, they just saw an animal that refuses to give in. And you can imagine when you are being bitten, those things, those batons are so strong and are so hard. Of course, you will try to protect your head. But the white jury that looked at that said, no, the police are not guilty. In the same way that black people were concerned about George Floyd, that those who beat George Floyd were concerned whether they would be found guilty. And hence, because of the experience of injustice of the system, you saw a movement spawned that was called Black Lives Matter. That comes from the injustice that African people experience, but that's the injustice that we also experience here. Be not mistaken, we experience that in the social injustice that takes place when you have people who cannot give their children something to eat. And this is a reality of, it's not our reality, but it's a reality of people who live in the squatter camps daily. And that, because it doesn't seem to be violent, but we are mistaking it to be non-violent, but it is because we don't appreciate the violence of poverty. Poverty is very violent. And we have a responsibility to speak on behalf of those who are poor, because they can't speak on their behalf. But anyway, Macedo wanted to understand it. And then he did a simple experiment. He went throughout the university campuses, giving a short lecture. And in the lecture, he shows there's a 1 minute, less than 1 minute, where a black person goes into a shop, and then there's a scuffle in the shop between a white person and a black person. And after giving the lecture, he asked the class, these are university students, who started the conflict in the shop? White students, without fail, said it's a black man. Then he reversed the clip. And in there, it was clear that it was a white man. But what he was saying is that the eyes do not see. It is a mind that sees. In their minds, when you think about conflict, you think something wrong. Just like today, there are some people who can never be right. Doesn't matter. Even if the evidence suggests, just you mention the name, it must be wrong. You know, that's what our minds have been socialized into seeing. So that is one of the things that I want to emphasize, the notion of what we are dealing with, ingrained prejudice. So even when you bring your article, if there's no space, they check, oh, is it Professor Kutame, or there's John Howard. No, Kutame will wait. They put, because of the ingrained prejudice. The other example I want to give, because I'm trying to break it down as African Americans will put it. Agri Cluster says when he went into Soweto, he lived in Soweto, and he had this funders of the paper Sowetan. And he says that I was taking these guys to show them my audience. And he says, as he moved into the middle of Soweto, there was a dumping site. And in the dumping site, there were horses that were also trying to help themselves with eating the rubbish that's there. But he also saw an old woman with her own grandchildren scavenging. And he says, when my white colleagues who are do-gooders, who mean well, when they saw that, they were so disturbed by the horse that was emaciated. They didn't see the black kids and their grandmother scavenging. And it shocked him that why are they talking about the horse? Because in their mind, scavenging is a black condition. It is what is expected of you. But the horse must be treated well. It is probably because of his shock that they may not have called SPCA immediately. But that's what we're dealing with. The minds that don't see and the denigration that is so ingrained. Now, a friend of mine who came to South Africa, her name is Peggy McIntosh. You can Google this. It's a very long article. What she did, she was concerned about what she calls privileges that men had. And then she decided to say, but before I can think of a male privilege, let me think about white privilege. Is that are there privileges that I enjoy as a white woman that are denied to black people? And then she started thinking and started making a list that on a daily basis, that what is it that as a white person, when I move, I can be sure that I'm not going to be faced with this. And her list, which you can get, is called the Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack. Says, I can be pretty sure that my neighbors in such any location that she goes to would be neutral or pleasant to me. So I can go shopping alone most of the time, well assured that I will not be followed or harassed. I can turn on the television or open the front page of the paper and see people of my race wildly and positively represented. When I'm told about our national heritage or about civilization, I'm shown that people of my color made it what it is. I can be sure that my children will be given curricular materials that testify to the existence of their race. If I want to, I can be pretty sure of finding a publisher for this piece of white privilege. I mean, as you could have said, for this piece of white rubbish. And then it says, I can go into a music store and count on finding the music of my race represented, into a supermarket and find the staple food that fit with my cultural traditions. And she goes on to list all the privileges that she has. But these are what she calls white privileges. I mean, if you write anything, there's always a doubt whether you can even write. It will be subjected to such reviews because it comes from a black person. It says, if I go to any place, I can be pretty sure that if I also ask to talk to the person in charge, I'll be facing a person of my race. I can go home from most meetings of organization I belong, feeling somewhat tied up. I belong to feeling somewhat tied up in, rather than isolated. That if she goes to a meeting, even if she's alone, she knows that she'll be accommodated. That's a reality of whiteness, the whiteness of being. And what she did was also to spawn the studies on whiteness as not only normal, but as also ethnic, the ethnic existence of whiteness. But she put all this as the things that she benefits from being white. But I'm bringing it down to saying what we're talking about when you talk about decolonialism and the decoloniality and the coloniality of knowledge is something real. It's not imaginary. It is about human life, and it is about us participating in that struggle that Mandela said, I walked that long road to freedom. I tried not to falter. I've made missteps along the way, but I discovered a great secret that after climbing a great hill, there are many more hills to climb. We have a hill to climb, and that is to decolonize our curriculum.
That's very greatly appreciated. One more time. There's a French writer called Anais Nin who said, quote, we do not see things as they are, but we see them as we are, end of quote. And that's what Prof. Siepe was referring to. I want to call you for the photograph. We are now going to take that group photograph quickly. And as we return, Mr. Twala will guide us. As we return, we will grab tea, come to our seats, and then the round table conversation will follow. Colleagues online, please get some tea wherever you are. Yes, this is a privilege of being on site. And we'll be with you. Thank you. We'll be back here. Sorry, man. We'll say, yeah, please do well to email, WhatsApp some tea to the colleagues on campus. and then we'll carry on. Give us a few minutes. We can't be very definite. We'll just go out, take the photograph, and come back, and the conversations will start. Thank you, colleagues. Shall we? I do not have, I can't see the Zoom right now. Dr. Ratao, can you see the Zoom? You can look at mine or yours. So we're going to have the format is slightly different. So we're not going to have the panelists begin with prepared texts. We'll just have questions that arise from the past 2 days from today and engage with the questions. But the engagement will begin from here. And Dr. Ratao, you will please help us with the timing because we have to. We've had tea, colleagues. I want to make a proposition, if you will let me. If you look at the program, we are supposed to have the roundtable reflections, and then question and answer, and then the tea break, which we already had, and then group discussions, which was meant to be in breakaway sessions, and then summaries, which are all interactive activities. Is it possible for us to have just one long interactive activity with a break in between? So we do less moving around, then there's probably going to be time for engagement. Yes. And yes, and then we now come back with do the summaries and then the rounding off. We might be able to get all this done by 12 or half 12. Our target is by half 12 we should be closing and going for lunch at the latest, half 12 ish. Okay, so thank you. I want to thank all the colleagues. I want to thank Prof. Siepe. I want to thank all the panelists over the past 2 days. If you let me, colleagues, so I do not forget, and I find it very sinful when we don't do this. We want to thank the colleagues from CMD, Naledi Hlekane, James Twala, the lead videographer and photographer, Namvelo Tulu, Simpiwe Maziboko, he was here yesterday morning and this morning as well. From IT, there's also Smiso Magubane from IT on the back end of things. Meili Gwebu is also here. We also thank Stephen, who's assisting us on the audio, and all the colleagues on the back end of things whose faces we've not seen and whose names we may not be able to mention. We thank them for their contribution to this. So I want to start by asking Prof. Moyo. He made a point that I found very profound yesterday, and I do not think he elaborated on it. So we are pushing. Thank you. In the first instance, we want to take this for 45 minutes in the first instance. So please guide us when we have 15 minutes left, 10, 5, and yes. So I would like him to elaborate on it for maybe 2 minutes. He made the point about capacitation. We all agree that in order to do this as we ought to, colleagues have to be capacitated. He made a point about something I would like to call self-capacitation when he spoke about reading. I want him to expand on this a bit and get the other colleagues to say something about it. Prof.
Thank you very much, Program Director. This is a classic example of being placed in a vulnerable position, vulnerable pedagogy we talked about yesterday. Okay, yeah, I'm quite happy to do that. I think the whole spirit of that idea is that the change, the agency starts with an individual. You remember I said, we are born into a system, and Prof. Siepe has, over the last 2 days, has shown that very clearly, including the history of it. And you find systems, structures, culture, values, ways of doing things that are there. And you are born, you are socialized into that. Now, if it happens to be an oppressive system, then how do you change it as you have been socialized into it? How do you disobey? How do you rebel? In the sphere of education, it's a similar thing. You go to school or to college or to university, you do not decide what curriculum you will find there, right? You go there and find the curriculum. In our case, we go and find the curriculum which is Eurocentric. That's why the Fees Must Fall came up and said, no, this is very alienating. We don't see ourselves. And again, Prof. Siepe elaborated on that. And then Prof. Ntombela talked about we must change ourselves. But the kind of change that I think I understood or that I think we should do in the circumstances we are faced with to decolonize the curriculum is to read. I cannot overemphasize reading. Yesterday I said, this little booklet, which now I'm beginning to doubt whether it's worth the paper it's written on, because we have not had any feedback. And there's no text which is without a fault or where somebody can not comment anything about. Every text, there are always different angles to it. But anyway, coming back to the importance of reading, it is only through reading. What we wrote there, we did not learn in the classroom. We did not learn in the classroom. Okay, as a young man, I was a fervent Marxist. I read a lot and wrote on Marxism a lot and so forth. And therefore, decolonial scholarship resonates with that for me. So all these curricula I'm talking about, pluriverse, humanizing, they come through reading because I was trained by a system which silenced those approaches. So reading. But with reading, the other important part when you read, there's this thing which is called understanding. To me, understanding is a big word. It is a hermeneutic experience. It comes from a hermeneutic process where you start from a position of pre-understanding. Like maybe when we came here on Wednesday, yes, we were in a position of pre-understanding certain concepts. But when you read, you get to a point where you can understand. And then the third aspect, a place of position or a point where you can elaborate or reconfigure the situation. This is where now you can write. This is where now you can tweak the curriculum. This is where now you can tweak Mr. Tech because you have an understanding. If we just plunge without understanding, you can in fact be complicit. You can be complicit to the system because you don't understand what you're doing. Paulo Freire says, action without theory is activism. And the other one is called verbalism. If you just talk about things and you don't act, it's verbalism. So in short, program director, I think I implore all of us. I am still reading. Being here doesn't mean that I'm the knower. In fact, I want to dispel that from the outset. I'm a learner. I'm here as a learner, but I'm going through a hermeneutic cycle where I'm at a certain stage of understanding decoloniality. But it all comes through reading. There's a lot. You just go to Open Athens, you go to Google Scholar. I mean, you'll be overwhelmed. There's just so much people are writing on decoloniality. I don't know whether I've done it.
Yes, fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I would like to invite anybody in the audience. You have anything to say in addition to that, to take that further, to respond to that? Personally, I found it very inspiring for a senior colleague like Professor Moyo to openly say, he was saying yesterday these things he didn't know them before. Yes, Prof. Kutane. And Prof. Gavanda.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you very much, Prof. Moyo, for being so honest and as a senior colleague to invite us to contribute to what he and the other colleague put on paper. You know, sometimes when we read these things, you think, I've read it just like any other thing any book that I take from the shelf and I read and move out. But now that you have invited us, we'll read it with, the intention to say, this is what our colleagues are saying. They are inviting us. Let us contribute. And as we contribute, surely we will be, adding to what you in your own corner is contributing towards, coloniality of knowledge, towards decolonization, towards what it is that as academics we need to do. Of course, someone once said, if you want to hide anything for us, put it in writing, then it's hidden, because we even fail sometimes to read even emails. And then you respond on something that it's there, clear. So I'm happy that you put it in paper and that we are going to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Moyo. Definitely. I think that's definitely going to build our confidence. We're going to read with understanding, but I want to take it one step further. Maybe what we also can do as a faculty is maybe have a small lunchtime seminars or departmental seminars. After we have read, maybe we can choose an article for the month, whatever, and then we can meet together in a smaller group and we just brainstorm and we just discuss. And then after that, from there, we also can decide how do we practically implement this now in our classroom, in our practice. Because Dr. Kumalo yesterday shared a very practical example how she did it. And by us talking and sharing with each other, I think we're also going to be learning from each other. And it will also be great if we can have like a platform maybe on Teams where we can able to share some of these articles, because Prof. Siepa mentioned quite a few books and articles. If one of us has it there, we can simply upload it there so that everyone can actually have access to it. So I think it'll be a more hands-on. Because some of these articles, if you think about it, they're rather complicated. After you read once, you don't grasp as quick as possible. But then when we able to share with each other, it'll make it much easier and we will all make sense of it. Thank you.
Yes, program director. I'm really pleased to hear that, and I there's a rating list, but I even go far to say I'm quite happy. There, I create folders. There are articles even before you research. There are articles which are already on the folder, which I can send, I don't know, maybe to the dean, or I don't know, who can be guided. Dean's office, maybe, including this article here where there are 10 Ds, I have that article, and many others from where that thing was constructed, just to make sure that you don't in closer ungachafi.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you, Prof, for the wonderful explanation about capacitation. I think Professor Govender has covered me partly about reading with understanding, that we have to form the small groups. We have to work collaboratively so that we can understand, we can move forward easily. Thank you.
And before the other two comments, so that this thought doesn't escape me, I'll push this to the dean to say that there are implications for reading and understanding. Prof. Govender is very correct. Some texts you have to read thrice in order to grasp them, especially with the terminologies. Some use very dense terminologies because all this is philosophy. It means we need time. So you please help us the next time you go to the 4th floor and the next time you meet with the other deans, help the colleagues have time to think and read. If we are going from meeting to meeting, from marks to class, and to meeting and to marks to class, it makes it very difficult to have that time to think and to read and to even have those workshops, seminars that she speaks about. In one place in Europe, they call it lunch bag talks. Not very formal, could be very informal. Faculty of Education has a fantastic space that some other faculties don't have. Just come there during lunch, put your tea there, and then over 40 minutes you have a conversation. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. We have Prof. Gamede and Dr. Buthelezi. Yes. Let's go first to Dr. Buthelezi.
Who was first?
Let's go back to him. He's urging. Yeah. I mean, if everybody's trying to leave the church, we open the door for the one who is in a hurry.
Thank you, colleagues, for this wonderful for the presentations that we have had so far since we started on Wednesday. I'm trying to this time around. I just want to share how I've just practicalized this in my module. My module.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you, Dr. Buthelezi. Are you carrying on this same thought about reading?
It's not about reading.
Okay, then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. We'll come back to you. Prof. Gamede, are you carrying on the conversation about reading? Yeah, we'll come back to you. So you're already on the queue, sir. Yeah.
Good morning, colleagues.
Morning, sir.
I would say all protocol observe, and thank you for the thought-provoking questions. I like the way Prof. Moyo put it, that to read, but I was going to say exactly what Prof. Govender said. Moreover, I'm saying education as a faculty. You have said the mother of all faculties, and I think all sectors are in education. So if we can mobilize ourselves, I'm inviting colleagues from the faculty that if this becomes our baby, and even in our forums, even in teaching classes, then we try to infuse these things. And sometimes we also have the chance to meet our external people. The principals forum that Dean used to call. So even those forums, so that people can know that, okay, this is what Zone is doing. Then even legal pamphlet to send them out. Then even in research, if we send some of the things, we've called those forums, then we talk about the North African thought and how then we can liberate our mind. I think knowing internally, it's not enough, but people around us should know what are we doing so that they can spread the gospel. I think in terms of capacitation, all those things in those meetings, then the system will multiply itself. I thank you.
That actually is a brilliant idea. The idea of getting principals and schools.
Yeah,
yes, Prof.
Chair,
Go ahead.
before we speak to outsiders, we must be sure we understand what we're talking about. I think it's very important. It's a good idea, but we can't share until we are confident we know what we're talking about. I'm thinking of this political leader who was interviewed recently, and they asked him how will his party ensure that they do away with unemployment. And he says, you see, what we will do is South Africa will work 27. There will be 8 hours of work and another 8 hours of work.
247.
That's 27. He meant 24/7, but because he had something and he wasn't sure what it means, but he was brave enough to talk about something that, and made a fool of himself. So I wouldn't want us to do that, colleagues. We must be certain we understand what we are doing and why we are doing it, and then we can invite others into the idea. But yes, they must know. But we have to get our house in order first. That's my main concern. That
Okay,
as a
Prof.
faculty,
If you will, I hear you, but I think it was Dr. Kumalo who said yesterday that we also should not be too hard on ourselves. This is a long journey. This whole thing, as Prof.
It's
Siepe has
not
said
an
with us this
event,
morning,
yes.
started centuries ago. I don't know whether we are going to be perfect with it.
Not perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So,
But when I explain to the next person,
yes.
I must explain the correct thing. Otherwise, we will confuse people and we will cause more harm.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
We
but
want.
don't wait too long, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay. On this, if we are commenting now, it has to be on this thread. If it's not on this thread, then we'll reopen another thread. Prof. Govender, on this thread, is it on the same thread of reading? Yes. I see you again, Dr. Buthelezi. Okay. Yes.
It is on the thread of reading and
Yeah.
development and growth.
Okay.
And I think that with it comes a lot of change, personal growth and change. And I think the issue with that is that as we grow and change as individuals, we need to be wary of the fact that there's not just intellectual growth, there's personal development and growth. And that mental change that needs to come with it is also something we need to bear in mind. It's not an easy thing for people to accept how much of damage has been done by this kind of imposition in terms of the knowledge that we've received. So I think that when that happens, there's going to be a lot of emotional turmoil as well that even we as intellectuals have to face. We are very reluctant to accept what coloniality has done to us and how our intellectual knowledge has been fashioned by the colonial readings that we've often had to endure. If we haven't done a lot of African readings or readings from our contemporaries in our culture, then, and we've only had been influenced by colonial reading, then we are going to have to shift our position completely. And that's going to have a lot of psychological impact as well. So I think a lot of intellectuals are not only going to shift their intellectual positioning, they're going to shift their psychological positioning as well. So I have to agree largely with the Prof. Ntombela when she says that we need to be careful if we want to educate others. Because if we are not ready to position ourselves psychologically and intellectually, how do we then start educating other people? Because we are not psychologically ready ourselves and intellectually ready ourselves. So that's where the support groups that Prof. the academic groups that
Mm.
the other Prof. Govender is talking about comes into play, because those lunch groups and those development groups, because we don't only support each other academically. When we sit and talk, we also support each other in many other ways,
Mm.
socially, psychologically. We grow in those groups in many ways when we talk to each other. So I think that those groups are very, very important, because that kind of support is very important. And I think before we go out into communities and start developing other people, we need to develop each other in
Absolutely.
more than one way, not just academically,
Academically.
because this kind of growth is going to be very, very important at an academic level. And it's going to take a long time for us to grow. There's a lot of growth that needs to happen within the structure.
Mm.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
Prof.
colleagues.
Govender. Prof. Buthelezi, I'll come to you. And sorry, Prof. What's the name, Prof? Dr. Mzimela. I'll come to you carrying on that. Let me confirm first, Dr. Maswelele online has had his hand up for some time. Dr. Maswelele?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Are you carrying on this thread of reading? And okay, carry on. Yeah.
The original topic, self-empowerment. So I am actually adding to what Prof. Moyo said, reading and also understanding. I want to add to that by saying to practicalize that. It means as a faculty, we will need to also, make sure that we create small groups, or probably we relate ourselves with each other in terms of our affinity in certain areas of this particular elephant, and see how we reach together, how we help each other, lead each other to resources, and create also a form of a shelf where we have materials that we can from time to time refer to. We need to give each other some homeworks on certain topics and have an hour dedicated, where sometimes once in a week we can just talk decolonization at that particular moment, to say, this is what I read this week, and this is what I thought I understand from what I read, and how do we see it, and talk and create seminars around that. I am a believer in self-development. We attend most of the workshops, but when we come back from the workshops, we just, put things in the drawers, and they start now, accumulating dust. But it is better to come back from a workshop and strike the hammer while the iron is hot, by continuing to read and understand further. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That's brilliant. We seem to be having a consensus around this, and that's really nice. Yes, Dr. Mzimela?
Thank you, Chair. I just also wanted to request that in the reading list that will be distributed through the Dean's office, maybe we also get some theories, some theoretical frameworks that are relevant to what we are busy with, because we are supervising postgraduates, and we seem to now see that maybe it's not okay to always let them use the theories that we are currently using from the West, the Piaget's. If we want to shift, to make that shift, we be provided ourselves with a list and some readings that will help us advise our postgraduates correctly as well. Thank you.
While okay, Babutwala wants you to please say your names. That was Dr. Mzimela anyway. But Dr. Mzimela, thank you very much. But if I have time, sometime, I will make the argument about why we need to theorize ourselves.
We will get there, but for now, we need some ideas. These are some of the theories.
Okay.
Yeah, we have to contribute towards the development.
We've started it in our department. Let me boast a bit, if you don't mind. In the new program we are drafting, the module on theories is not theories.
It's theorization. It's theorization. And that's what I've been doing for at least 2 years. I don't teach my postgrad students theories. I encourage them to theorize. We make reference to existing and useful theories as examples, but we have to theorize, because at the end of the day, the knowledge we produce will make no sense because the theory imposes a meaning and dictates the action that can be taken from research. Because if a theory says people in that municipality are hampered by a lack of ABC, then the next thing is to mobilize resources to produce what they have been deemed to lack to them. But on the basis of the same data and the same inquiry, another theory would say something else, which will lead to another course of action, which might be opposite entirely to the course of action dictated by a certain particular reading. And the theoretician we have been dealing on, it's some guy who died in France in 1962. So he doesn't really care. But if it's your theory, you will see live that you have mistheorized. And then you might, that's what, again, Prof. Moyo was saying yesterday about positive self-doubt. And then you might now have to update yourself. But we are dealing with theories where those guys can't update themselves. Whatever Piaget said, we've taken as gospel. Whether it's wrong or not, whatever Vygotsky said, whether it applies or not, we've taken for gospel. And we can't go back to tell them that, Vygotsky, this thing you said didn't really work. What we end up doing is blaming ourselves. Because the doctor is dead. We took his prescription. It didn't work. And Africans are experts in blaming themselves to say, I didn't get well. They said if I take 2 tablets. We forget to question whether that tablet, we needed to take it in the first place. Anyway, I'm supposed to be a program director. Is Dr. Buthelezi? But I think he wanted something else. Okay, Dr. Mtetwa, then we'll take another thread. We have to accommodate Prof. Kuzwayo. Now I'm going to post a question to her because she needs to leave, right? Yes, so after Dr. Mtetwa, we'll take another thread beginning with Prof. Kuzwayo. Dr. Mtetwa.
Thank you, colleagues. My addition on the discussion is the inclusion of students, because that one is our agency.
Okay, please pause, because that's precisely where I was going to get Prof. Kuzwayo. So hold your thought. I want her to lead us in that regard, because I find that's the area she has consistently intervened on since Wednesday. So, Prof. Kuzwayo, in line with what we are doing, even in this area of reading, or you can take it from another angle, what step would you really advise us to take in terms of getting students involved, getting students to contribute to this?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm sorry that I'll be coming from curriculum development and design perspective. I would say there are different phases that curriculum design and development has to take. Like, for instance, if I may to talk about the phase where we are in, it's where we are engaging in the issue of conceptualizing, as Professor Moyo and Professor Brown has put some ideas on paper, so that we can now begin to frame our thinking and articulation of ideas along what this Node of Africa thought is all about. What do we mean by Africanization? What do we mean by decolonization? So this is, I would say, it's still at the advocacy level, which allows these debates to go on. So as these debates and arguments and discussions go on, all stakeholders should be part of the journey. So as I was saying, students should not join us along the way. From the onset, students should be part and parcel, because the reason why I'm saying this, the idea of decolonization and Africanization was pioneered by students in this country. And it is not a new concept, I think, as Professor Siepe has said. So many people have written about decolonization. I've read Simon Bagnall's book and also Deleuze's theories about how to transcend from or traverse from one area to the other in terms of knowledge and curriculum. So what I'm saying is, to address your point, program directors, that we are now at the level where we are engaging with the concept. So until we understand what this concept and conceptualize it properly by reading, of course. You have to read widely so that you get the perspectives. Because when people will ask you which perspective inform your thinking, you should be very clear because there are so many paradigms to it. Right. So as I've said, is the advocacy levels. So the next one is about now deciding on the paradigm. You know, as I've said, I'm working from the premise of curriculum. In curriculum, we work with different paradigm. There is the empirical analytic paradigm. That's where we are currently, where we believe that every knowledge should be recorded because someone is an expert. So the empirical analytic paradigm in curriculum is saying everything is perfect because it has put to test empirically. So that is the paradigm. And it goes with a lot of things around it because even the power of a knowledge, it's given to the experts, which is not supposed to be from other paradigms. So the other paradigm that we have is that of a critical paradigm. That one is informed by ideas of Paulo Freire to say what actually constitutes a pedagogical content knowledge. So the pedagogical content knowledge is how we view the learner, how you view yourself, how you view knowledge. So if you will read that paradigm and understand the curriculum that is informed by this paradigm, will actually think and start to build ideas as to how do we incorporate ideas from Paulo Freire's theory of critical pedagogy. And then on the designing aspect, so in all these stages, all stakeholders should be part. And it has been unfortunate that because we're working with the analytic, empirical paradigm, we thought that we as lecturers or academics, we are the experts of knowledge. So I think the shift that I was talking about yesterday, to say if we find a paradigm shift, then we will be able to think along what we want to see our students being involved in knowledge production, as Prophet Samuel has also alluded to, the humanistic approach, which is more free, it's liberating, because you don't see a student as a tabula rasa, a person who is blank, but a person who is also a human, who interprets his existence and also the relationship in that existence, and also the phenomena. And also developing the outcomes is part of curriculum development, where you actually, from your paradigm, you'll be able to say, like in a higher education, you work now on the attributes of your graduate to say, what is this person at the end of this engagement and interactions? So there you set the outcomes, the goals. And what I like to address what Dr. Mteto said regarding students. Students at the university, if maybe you happen to read Misra's theory, to say they are more reflective, they learn like adults, they have been exposed, they have experiences. So that experience need to be part of learning in the classroom. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you still stay with the mic. What is a practical step you suggest for getting the students to be involved at even now in the process of developing curricular interventions? So I'm giving that back to you, if you can maybe say something programmatic, something that we leave this room, we can at least, if we don't start doing it, at least we know what we have to do and how to go about it. What would you suggest?
Thank you, Program Director. I am working from the premise of the critical paradigm in my entire teaching. because I know that I have to liberate their minds. Instead of teaching, like for instance, if I may use the example, I am an educationist, I'm in education, although in curriculum being my field. But I have moved away from teaching knowledge out of context. And it's not me who only provide context, but students as well will provide context. Because they are not aliens in this world. They are living, they are existing here. So what I'm saying, let us problematize problems, like for instance, for problem solving, students should be given the reality. Like for instance, in Cape Town, where I am from, I've been teaching, I'm not a Cape Townian, but I've been working there. Since that is a cosmopolitan society, I mean, a community, I made sure that I don't tap into theories that does not speak to each and every student reality. But I said to them, I cannot be teaching education as if there is a head, there is an arm, there is that. But if you go around Cape Town, you will identify certain things and start to interpret them. And from their learning, they came up with profound ideas that relates to sociology of education, that relates to history of education. Why are schools situated in Cape Town or in suburbs, high suburbs? When we speak of the elite knowledge, we're speaking about people who have a privilege of being in the elite community. They live in elite suburbs. So even their schools are there. Even the knowledge that is taught is not like that one taught in Kailicha. So those are the things that I would say it's a practical way of doing it. Give students context. They will craft their own content. They can even, formulate questions to ask. But I was teaching education from that point of view, where I just create a context. So I knew that from their own crafting of their knowledge, they'll be able to come with questions and answer those questions, like in research, in action research. So they'll craft questions and then go around looking for information. Why is this the status quo? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kuzwa. We'll be carrying on that thread, but we'll start with Dr. Mthethwa, as we said.
Thank you very much. My take on what Prof. Thank you very much, Prof, because you've covered most of the items that I wanted to look at. Then my addition on the discussion is that we need to have the change in as far as who are the actors in this current debate. Thank you.
Okay. So you want to elaborate a bit? Let me make an admission here. I'm very dumb and stupid when we talk about paradigms, especially when we name the paradigms. Part of it is a deliberate stupidity because I'm trying to refuse to be categorized, to be pre-categorized. So you will never hear me say I'm a constructivist, humanistic, whatever, because somebody put that box down. I'm not going to enter into it because I don't think it will fit me. But the problem then is that I struggle to understand some of those terms. So I really need, something like, like a very clear explanation. So maybe just expand a bit.
Okay. My take was that if we are all accommodating the actors, the focus will not only be on us as academics, but it will also incorporate different stakeholders because we understand who are the actors in this mission.
Okay, 4 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mthethwa. Do you want to leave now? You can. Prof. Kuzwa has a meeting, so we'll excuse her for now. Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution since Wednesday. Yes, that's right. Yes. Yes, Prof. Mr. Twala wants to know your name.
My name?
Before you proceed, yes.
Tatulo Talasi.
Oh, Dr. Talasi, I remember you.
I wanted to first say thank you to Dr. Kuzwa, because he has answered one of the questions that I've been asking myself, and I thought I was going to ask Prof. Sepe. She has said we are at an advocacy stage, because I've been wondering, why is Prof. Sepe not talking directly to how we are going to decontextualize the mathematics knowledge, the physics knowledge, and Prof has made it very clear. We are just advocating. So possibly then I have to wait for longer to request Prof Sepe to come back, because for the first time the university
Yeah, but maybe you can.
no, I'm coming to this one of Prof, but I'm simply saying
No. We are following from Prof.
yes, I'm going there.
Yeah.
I'm actually going there
Yeah,
because we talk about your question to her was how do you contextualize that? And I'm saying what I've done with my students regarding this. For this year, for the first time, I've decided to say this is the topic. And I took one student. Of course, I knew that this student is Bright, and his name is Bright. I said, Bright, I have taught this topic. I have my PowerPoint, but I want you to sit and design your way of teaching the same topic to these people.
Okay. Very good.
I wanted to see how Bright is going to teach this maths using.
I think it's a battery. Go. Yeah, you can also use my mic.
What I was interested on is how this guy is going to deal with the maths concepts, moving from English to isiZulu. So I went to class and I sat at the back of the class and I wanted to see how he's going to deal with it. He went English, English, English. He realized they are not following. He immediately transited to isiZulu. But as you are speaking, he got caught up again. Within isiZulu, there was one concept, one word that he could not translate into isiZulu. But here is the nice part. He moves back to English and he checks, because I could see that he's looking at them to see if they're agreeing or not. And then he asked them a question. The other student was able to say something that was very close to what the English is. So for me, I see this decolonization saying this African child should actually get the concept in the language that he or she is capable of understanding and articulating the ideas. That's why I tried this, but I wanted to get it from Prof. Sepe to say, has he tried it? But we are told it's an advocacy. So I'm saying that's what I've done. Prof. Ntombela, I'm going to try it next year and see how it goes.
Yeah, what you are saying is that this is going to force us to be really student-centered in our teaching. We've been singing about it, but we can't claim we are student-centered if students are alienated from what we are teaching. But this is going to force us then to be really student-centered, because our content, our materials will be materials that tap into what students already bring to the classroom, what students have already experienced, what students can identify with. Can I now give Dr. Buthelezi?
Dr. Buthelezi, please. But I want to come back to Dr. Talas.
No problem. Thank you, colleagues. Yeah, one guy who is a project manager once said to me, if you don't want to see anything to come to light, just give it to an academic, because we'll keep on theorizing and theorizing all the time. However, colleagues, let me just share this with you. Prof. Akpon, at some point, we attended this 1 or 2 sessions on African thought. I was there probably with you. My point is, I then went back to my model and said, okay, what is it that I can do then in my own space? I took one learning unit and I said, oh, that one was just talking about participative management. And then I said, okay, fine, this is just a Japanese concept in any case. I then tried to equate it with some African philosophies. I then used Ubuntu, also used the Sesotho term for lekgotla, as a way of demonstrating that there's this participatory way of doing things in that context. Thank you.
Well, I think you give me a good link to what Dr. Talasi was saying. And I just want to problematize this, maybe in a way that might yield to the characterization of quarrelsomeness, maybe. So I think there are issues, there are deeper issues there. I'm not saying what you guys have said are irrelevant, but I think there are deeper issues. And I go back to the term we used earlier, vernacularization. To equate a certain concept, to attempt to equate a certain concept to your reality, and to attempt to vernacularize it, which is what I think Dr. Talasis Bright was trying to do. He has the concept. The concept is the starting point. And the attempt is to equate, is to find an equivalence within the local context. It's fine, but it doesn't strike at the heart of what we are supposed to be doing.
But it's a good starting point.
It's not a bad, I think it depends. It's not a bad starting, because it goes back to what Prof. Siepe was saying and what you did so very eloquently theorized, because you theorized it. Because we are now getting an equivalent of the bus. What if what we need is a donkey? That's the point I'm making. You see, because you say very clearly that this is a Japanese concept. So what if you don't need that concept? I don't know whether you need it or not, so don't get me wrong. So I'm not saying you must change the concept. It applies also to Talas's case. Because the young brother got to a point, and one of the things that fascinated me as a child when I see professors talk, we had one professor when I was a child, he was our priest. And we used to think of knowledge in terms of English. And that's the next thread you are going to start, Prof. Mplongo. And the prof will come and he will be saying something. Then he will say, then he will speak our native language. He will say, I do not find an equivalence of this, what I want to say, in English. He was a professor of religious studies, very widely traveled, very international man. That fascinated me. That began for me to think that everything we call knowledge is not only in that realm, that particular linguistic or cultural realm. So maybe there is another concept that we need to come up with. This is why I think theorization is absolutely vital, foundational at the beginning. I don't think it's something we are going to do later. It's at the beginning of what we are doing. Otherwise, we will be teaching the same colonial concepts in isiZulu words. And that is what I mean by vernacularization. And if we keep teaching the same concepts, whatever language you put the words in, we'll get the same outcomes. It won't change the outcomes. It's just what I think. But thank you, colleagues. It's almost 11:30. What do we do? Do we take a break? Or do we just carry on? And then finish? Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, let's carry on this thread. The other thread, which might be the last thread, will be introduced by Professor Mhlongo. Or let's take Professor Mhlongo's thread, and then we now decentralize. Yes, but let's carry on this thread first, right? On the same thread. Okay, I'll pass it.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Tembela Changas. I'm a little bit disturbed, Prof, if you have indeed invited to conceptualize this, all of the divisions. Why I am disturbed? Because I got a feedback that when it comes to external examination of our postgraduate, we are too African, meaning we appoint
most colleagues who are coming from Africa, maybe you have to go abroad. Maybe someone who said that was not invited to this is not aware. I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, okay, that seems to be another thread. We'll come back to it. I think we'll come back to that. Let's maybe hear Dr. Simang. She's my neighbor.
I understand there are comments online as well.
Oh, yes, thank you.
From Nomzamo Kaba. The paradigm shift is very necessary. African is very necessary. African knowledge, similar to the Eurocentric one, is dynamic in nature. We need to acknowledge that there are some parallels that exist between African, that is indigenous knowledge, as well, involving the students in authentic and problematized contextualized tasks permits us to get better insights of the type of IKS that informs their prior knowledge about certain concepts. As a result, this knowledge enriches our understanding of their IKS and enhances our pedagogical practices as we move forward in this journey of Africanizing the curriculum.
Yes,
yeah.
I think so, yeah. You remember because
we are short.
Okay, yes, wanted to go to Dr. Simang. Sorry.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Welile. I would like to thank Prof. Moyo for being honest with us and for his willingness to share the articles so that we can read up until we understand them. And I would like to support Prof. Governor's idea when it comes to having to sit together and so that they can carry on capacitating us. When it comes to the involvement of the students, I think the university has already started. I'm teaching year one students and they are doing part of their work, they are doing service learning. In service learning, it's where they have to identify the real problems, but that are related in schools that they can find in schools, so that in year three, they can interview their mentors. But what I liked last year, it was when I was teaching the foundation phase, some theories, then they tried to link them to say how they underpin their projects. And this year, because of time, what I did, they start by identifying a problem of which they have done that. Then I said they need to convert that problem into a research topic because they need to solve a problem. There's no other way that they can solve it without asking questions. And after that, then I asked them to try to think about the focus of their project and also to motivate why their project, they think they are so important that they think that the projects are so important, then they can research them or conduct research so that it can be solved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's another practical example. That's something. If before we go to Professor Mhlongo, I don't know whether this might assist. I have two examples. So in learning literacies, you know, many of us in English, we are drafted into literacies, kind of a cognate. It's a field on its own, a bit different from language and literature, but of course it works on literacy, on language as well. But literacies often focus on conventions of writing and conventions of logic, especially in academic writing. So in the literacies we do, for instance, and I learned this, you are advised to make your case, right? Like in the more narrative subjects and fields. So you start in this paper, I am going to do this ABCD, right? This is how I'm going to argue in this case. But I remember Professor Leketi Makalela. How many of us know Leketi Makalela? He's a literacy scholar. He was at Wits. He makes the point that that is a cultural thing. That logic of argumentation is cultural. There are cultures in which it is considered improper. Like you are making your initial visit in view of marrying a girl. In my culture, and I found this is in southern Nigeria, most of the cultures I know in southern Nigeria, and I found in many indigenous South African cultures, you can't go to a man's house and say, knock, knock, good morning, sir, I want to marry your daughter. You play and tell stories, you smile, you put a drink there, the drink comes back to you. You do that for like 3 hours. Then you find a way to say I was passing by and something, and you understand what I'm trying to say? So that speaks to the logic of the method. So are we willing, when we say we are decolonizing, we are becoming more indigenous, are we willing to now say, because what I was taught was that, and I teach it as well when I have to facilitate academic literacy workshops, is write your abstract in this way. Go to the point. Do not leave the editor guessing. Yeah, it works. But will they allow the Lobola style as well? They won't allow the Lobola style. So I think these are some of the things we need to think about. I'm just saying so that I'm not prescribing exactly how we go about it, but also in terms of other aspects of our teaching, I think this is something we think about. Another example is mathematics. Growing up, I learned mathematics and science, hard sciences. I learned that the people in Asia, China, Singapore, Japan, and those people, if you look at the results today, their children do so well. South Korea, they do so well in mathematics, like so well. They are there, and the people in the West are far behind. But their system, they rely a lot on rote learning, and they drill their children. Even today, if you have a child in matric in South Korea, they go to school at 7 in the morning, they come back at 11. We watch documentaries with my kids, and my daughter was saying, Daddy, don't send me to this place, please. But that was derided by our dominant Western scholars a long time ago, that it's not the right way. Now, China is producing more STEM graduates per month, I think, than the United States ever hopes to produce in a year. And the results are showing in technological advancement, which is largely now led by China in the past 5 or so years. So these are things I think we need to, so I'm saying we need to look at the logic, the very core, the idea that drives the practice, the idea that shapes the practice. To what extent, I don't know. I just don't know to what extent can we deal with that. Okay, we'll take those 2 comments, then we'll come back to Prof. Mklongo, Dr. Buthelezi and Professor Govender.
Thank you, Prof. This is South Africa. Now, you tend to ask, if you may ask Alan Buthelezi, what is there in African culture? What is the philosophy of life of a black child in this country? I would say it's a confused one. You think about the child in the village. You can think about the child in the township. You can also think about a child in the suburbs. The point is, we need to start by defining culture. What is it that we call an African culture in the South African context? Because this is what is lacking in this country. We're going to talk about these African thoughts and all sorts of things. The point is, we as South Africans, we seem to be lacking in terms of our own culture here. Thank you.
I like how short and direct your interventions are. Thank you, Dr. Buthelezi. From Govender.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that, when we talk about anything, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
True.
The entire educational system was designed by Ford. I don't know if everyone is aware of the car manufacturer Ford, but he designed the entire educational system where we sit in a classroom, the way we're sitting now, and the entire process of going to class like this. And so us sitting in a classroom like this, and Ford's whole process of education started back then. And after that, it spread like wildfire. And I think that the fact that it's all over the globe is it's something that we need to be cognizant of. And if you were talking about the East and how they've taken it on, and it's now seeped into the culture in a way that they have used it in a positive way. It didn't start there like that. It started with Ford in America, but they've taken it and they've used it, something that's colonial, but adapted it to their cultural perspective and used it positively. So we can use certain things, but we need to have the knowledge, the cultural knowledge, to know what is suitable for us and what is not. And I have to support what Dr. Buthelezi said, that if you are strong in your own culture, you will know what is suitable and what is not. But if you are not strong in your own cultural perspective, then you will take anything that someone gives you, and you will accept anything that someone gives you, and you will run with it. It's like youngsters now, when you listen, they only want to listen to rap music, for example. When we have our own cultural music that we can listen to. So I think that that's the whole point of colonialism, is accepting anything. And that's when you become totally colonialized, is when you accept and believe anything that's given to you. So it's about taking what is beneficial and teaching people to only accept what is beneficial and adapting it to your cultural beliefs and systems. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yes, we'll take this colleague. Please introduce yourself. Then after that, we'll come to you, Prof. Sorry, we've kept you quiet for too long.
Okay, morning colleagues. Thabang Mokwena. Just continuing from where the last two speakers left at. I highly and definitely concur with where they are coming from and where they are going. In the sense that I sometimes, when we are holding these debates, decolonial debates, as much as I believe I'm a firm believer in these concepts, but then I'm more pessimistic when we debate, because I sometimes tend to feel like these debates are focused in the wrong places, in the sense that we want to decolonize the academy, the scholars, the students, the curriculum. However, how do we focus our 100% in that field, whereby the academics, they are the product of the society? I feel like we need to focus our decolonization in the society where we come from, because as academy, we are the product of the society. So as much as we can maybe say we can sing and beat and do what we want to do, in 100 years time we'll still be debating the same thing, as long as we indirectly, I'm thinking we're not doing it directly, and we're doing it indirectly. If we leave the society at large behind, in 100 years time we'll still be having these debates.
Okay, thank you. That's a brilliant point. We'll come back to it. Prof. Ntombela.
I just want
Yes,
to
yeah, go
respond.
ahead.
I just want to respond to
Please
Tabang.
do so.
Tabang, we have 4,000 students in our faculty. we have about 20 students in the university.
20,000.
About, yeah, thereabout. Now, if the University of Zululand becomes serious about changing our perspective to life, to knowledge and what, do you think with the 20,000 that we've got, and they're with us for 4 years,
sometimes 5.
sometimes 5 years, 6 years, by the time they exit here and they go back to their society, do you think that's a small impact? Rather than us going and preaching somewhere where people will say, who are these? What are they talking about? But if we teach our students to value themselves, to value where they come from, and we show them that they are creators, they can be creators of knowledge, they can change the direction of the bus they are in, they can even change the shape of the bus itself. As in our faculty, our 4,000 students go to schools. I don't know how many schools they go to. Now, if each student gets into that class and says to her learners, you are important, you are valuable, you have a right to be here, and your ways of knowing are valid, your ways of doing things are valid. Each student, grade 1, grade 6, grade 12, says the same thing to her students. And the examples that we use when the students are teaching are examples that speak to their learners. Do you think that would be small impact? I don't think so. I think we stand at a very critical position. We are actually, as a Faculty of Education, I've said this before, we are better positioned to make more waves than other faculties because our students go to schools every year. And if we do this right, if we get this decolonization thing right, we stand a very good chance of turning the tide around. Thank you.
Perfect. I would like to clap for that response, if you don't mind. But I also like to clap for Dr. Mokwena's question, because I really like that. And I urge any of us who disagrees with what is being said. Clearly, I'm fully aligned with what Prof. Siepe is saying. Otherwise, I wouldn't be very fully aligned. I urge anybody who disagrees to please say it bluntly. Say, this part I don't like. It's part of what Prof. Moyo was saying. We wrote this. If you have a disagreement, please. One big advantage of the colonial scholarship, it's not like colonial scholarship. It doesn't assume universal, normative. It doesn't say, I'm the best, I'm the only. And the Vice Chancellor told us, there are many aspects of what we are doing that's experimental. Oh, yes. I was at a conference in Italy. You know these experimental things? You guys say, yes, we've been doing yours. It makes 90% of our population poor. So we are experimenting something else. If we fail, we fail. We'll experiment again. The only thing we know is that what we have is not sufficient. It's like getting lost. You know you're already lost. Why do you keep going in the same direction? Try another direction, even if you're not sure. So that's the point. But I really like the straightforwardness of your question. And Dr. Buthelezi, can you hold that thought, please? Okay, you have 2 seconds to do that. 2 seconds-ish.
Yes, I'm no longer arguing, Prof.
No, you can argue, please. No, you are free to argue.
This time around, I'm just sharing this information with colleagues here. On Wednesday, when I was leaving this session, I heard that the Department of Basic Education will introduce vernacular languages, yes, from grade 4. That will take place in
indigenous languages
as from 2025. And therefore, we need to think about that as higher education institutions.
Okay. I'm just begging colleagues, can we please just say indigenous languages instead of vernacular? Just say indigenous languages, yeah. I don't know, but you don't have to agree with me. Okay, colleagues, we are going to pivot a bit. And on day one, Prof. Mhongo said something that I thought was profound. And I would like her to expand on it a bit. She started by saying that having information is not the same as having knowledge. Prof, can you expand on that a bit and tell us maybe how the implication of that for what we are doing, of that statement of yours?
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues. Indeed, I did say having information is not knowledge, because as we talk the language of decolonizing, we have information that may not be the valuable knowledge that we wish to retain for the coming generations. And as we look at the kind of materials, reading materials that are exposed to our schools and institutions of higher learning, the information that is there may not be the knowledge that we wish to live with. Hence, I was saying, having access to the information is completely different from having knowledge that will make sense to you. When we engage with students in the classroom, we always say, we need to make sure that the learning experience that we have gained must be meaningful to the actual practice in our societies and communities. Hence, we are gathered here today and saying, let us unmask, let us redress, let us reconstruct. As Dr. Talas was saying, he had to allow the student to teach the same concept in a vernacular language. I was thinking to myself, indigenous knowledge. I was thinking, Guti, are we not again glorifying the hunters' history when we do that, but glorifying it in our vernacular language, in our indigenous language? So my take is that as we look at the formulation of other knowledge, and as we keep on saying, let us celebrate the Black experience, I'm asking myself, Prof. Siepe yesterday was saying other people, when they celebrate in tears, others celebrate in joy. And I'm asking myself, as we say, let us celebrate the Black experience, and I'm looking at this statement in the context of education, and I'm saying, as we go out and say to our students, let us try to celebrate the Black experience. What experience do we expect them to say they are celebrating when they reflect on their learning experiences, including myself, as I was once a schoolgirl? So I'm trying to say the knowledge that we say we need to start formulating must be the indigenized knowledge, if I may put it that way. And the other thing is that as we try to produce these new forms of knowledge, let us produce this knowledge wearing the African lenses and being grounded to the indigenous knowledge ourselves. Yesterday in our engagements, we were saying the kind of students that we have are likely to have rich indigenous knowledge. And as we embark on the issues of critical pedagogy, as Prof. Kuzayo was saying, through those interactions and through those new approaches that are kind of indigenized, we might find ourselves having something from the students that will assist us as we reconstruct and trying to unmask and to erase the distorted information, not that we may not consider as knowledge. And if we may consider it still as knowledge, that we feel knowledge is the master of facts that will assist you in operating in the real world, are we really going to say we have done justice? I also wish to say, okay, I also wish to say our institution, UniZulu, it is a multiracial kind of. And as we journey in this initiative,
at the back of our minds, we need to be aware of that not every staff member will buy in completely with the same goal that we are trying to drive to. How do we bridge those gaps as an institution? If we say the knowledge that we formulate or that we produce must shape our identities as Black Africans, what are we saying? What about the multiracial context that we find ourselves in as the University of Zululand? Are you happy?
I am more than happy. Yes. Sorry, sir. Okay, no. But I do find that very, very deep, where you start talking about knowledge versus information versus knowledge. Yeah, what is knowledge? Colleagues, we are going, it's a couple of minutes to 12. Shall we take 2 responses or 3 to Prof. Longo? Okay, Prof. Moyo says no. Okay, I'm intending to invite Prof. Ntombela and Professor Siepe so that they take us, no, to join Prof. Moyo. Yes, I'm intending to invite the Dean and Prof. Siepe to join Prof. Moyo with minimum or no intervention from me to take us until 12:25, not ish. If they can take us till 12:25 so that we can, then I can come in at 12:25 to say the usual, the service is closed, to just say that so that we can go for lunch. But before we do that, I just would really appreciate it if we put our hands together for all the interventions and all the debates that we have had. Thank you. Yes, we can. Prof. Siepe, you will sit. Sorry. You will remain seated, Prof. Skis. Dean, please, Prof, sit in the way. Prof likes standing when he speaks, so let's see whether, yeah. Dean. Yes. So let's take 2 or 3 direct questions to these colleagues. Okay, let me sit. I didn't want to, but I want us to send direct questions or comments you really want them to respond to. Let's take at least 3, 1 for each person, please. Let Professor Siepe's one be the last so that he continues to round off.
Can I just confirm what Prof. Mhlongo was saying? Information and knowledge. If information and knowledge were one thing, we wouldn't have nurses and doctors who got infected with HIV and AIDS. The doctors and nurses had all the information about how HIV is transmitted, but they still got it because in terms of knowledge, in terms of their hearts, there was a disconnect between what they knew and what they were feeling. So you're quite right, Prof, that we've got to shift. We've received a lot of information, but we've got to process it so that we personalize it and it becomes a part of who we are. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes, colleagues. Going 3. If we do not make comments, there's an alternative way we can do it. We can take parting shots. So we can take a parting shot from Prof. Moyo, a parting shot from Prof. Ntombela, then the final parting shot will come from Prof. So there's 1, 2, 3, and now 4. Okay, so let's go from Dr. Mokoena, Prof. Govenda, Dr. Talasi. I didn't, Dr. Nchangasi, those 4. I'll be very happy if you can direct your question or comment to one person, if possible.
However, I receive Mr. Mokoena. Okay. The question that I tend to grapple with is I believe this decolonial knowledge versus the Eurocentric Western knowledge has to do with capital accumulation, the richness or the riches. So in a nutshell, if ever there was someone from an alien species, there's a millionaire and there's one who's poor with nothing. If ever that alien species has got knowledge on what capital does, that alien species is likely to follow the millionaire. The one who's poor is likely to remain poor indefinitely. So what I'm trying to say is that the question that I have, maybe let me direct it to Prof. Siepe. How do we decolonize, especially the masses, people who are powerless, in terms of capital-wise? In order to decolonize, we need to empower the people. We need to give them capital in whatever its form, whether it's capital in money or cultural capital or social capital, but then in all its its manifestation.
All dimensions. Thank you, Prof. Govender. Prof. Siepe will respond to that. Yeah, after all the questions have come.
Thank you, Chair. I think this question will be directed to Prof. Ntambela. I'm not quite sure at which level this is going to, how far up this is going to go, Prof. But you will.
Yeah, if it has to do with going up, I like you to send it to Prof.
Yeah, maybe Prof. Ntambela will let us know. But and it has to do with cascading of knowledge. So maybe when we start with this whole process of meeting and formulating groups and discussions and that type of thing, is there any other way in which we can also process this entire decolonization of knowledge? What other ways in which we can formalize this? Is there any other way in which we can talk about this other than just reading the articles and discussing with colleagues? Because I think it needs to be bigger than that, than just sitting in little groups and talking to each other. Because we need to actually take it beyond that, as much as it's advocacy, and I understand that. But I'd like to see us maybe planning it on a larger scale and looking at it on a larger scale. Because my concern is that we say we're going to go back into the faculty and then, make our little groups and talk about it. But it may just fall away. So if we can look at some way of planning, and how do we do that? What's our way forward? And maybe we can talk about that. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Talazi.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to make short. My first question would go to Prof. Siepe. Prof. Siepe, how would one decolonize the concepts in mathematics in practical terms? That's the first question. The second question, Prof. Moyo, why is UniZulu becoming more repressive when we are talking decolonization than before? For example, when we are talking decolonization, we are implementing the rules that we have never implemented before. The first one is this one of the 40% DDP. It was never there before, but once decolonization kicked in, it kicked in as well. The second one is, just yesterday, we are told that a student can't get a confirmation letter when actually we have graduated a student. We are actually employing a rule that is not there. So why is the institution becoming more repressive than before? Prof. Ntombela, my interest is on the language. And I hope Prof. Moyo comes in here as well. The Department of Basic Education is very clear and very rigorous in terms of using indigenous languages. The policy on Mr. Tech is clear. You are not going to graduate a teacher that cannot converse competently in an African language. What have you put in place for academics in the institution to start acquiring African languages?
E.g. me. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Dr. Changase, yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think the first one is the one that I raised before the professors.
Please repeat it.
About the colleague who commented that we are appointing two Africans,
Oh, yeah.
external examiners, instead of going abroad. I need a comment from the professor. How can you respond to that as the supervisor? Since you are talking about Africanism decolonizing everything, yes. Another thing is about the issue. I think this one is more related to teaching and learning center, because it's responsible of inviting people to facilitate workshop and so on. And I'm very happy that today we are having Professor Siepe who understand us very well. He can relate to us. Now, if you check now, that means we need to look through the eye of an eagle to select people who are going to facilitate those workshops. So do we have any strategy in place to look for those people? Another thing, remember, professors, we need to consolidate. I hope that we are going to reach a stage where we are consolidating everything. And when you consolidate, you need to keep all your soldiers. And you sometimes you find that people are leaving the institutions. Is there any strategy so that when we get time to advance, everyone is there who understand very well what we are doing? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm so happy I'm just a program director at this point. Prof. Moyo?
Thank you. The question, fortunately, I had the least number of questions. So thank you very much, audience. The question on DPs, the question on regressive, to be honest, I don't understand it. Regressive from, I think it would need to be unpacked what that being regressive means. Now, it seems to be linked to the notion, the issue of due performance, which is DP, which is not my area of operation. Having said that, however, if you had read that book, you will see that section 6 is calling on everyone in the university. The registrar's office is there also to read and say, this is the version, this is how we understand decolonial, building decolonial consciousness. You know, so the policies also are there in section 6. There may have to be a revisit of policies, you know. That's why reading is very important. You read for a degree, you read for understanding. So if you look at section 6, you'll see that human resources, support services, everyone is in there. So the idea of DP does not, Prof. Moore doesn't even sit in Senex. I sit in Senate, yes, but I don't make those rules. But we are saying in that booklet that whatever rules are there, they must be looked at with a decolonial lens. So therefore, the idea of regression, I almost said regression, but regressive, perhaps I'm misunderstanding it, but maybe misplaced. That's my take on that. Is there any other question? Oh, the idea of external examination. I don't know who asked that. It's a very important one. Very, very important indeed. Prof. Siepe explained that, this colonial education has a worldwide infrastructure. And there's gatekeeping, there is policing, which is what you are talking about. To say, an examiner will say, oh, but this is not, But I would say myself, if we do it incrementally, like I said yesterday, I don't think with a thing like this, we can have a big bang approach. I've read articles, some of which are people in biology, people in mathematics, they experiment with a decolonial, pedagogy and properly justified, and which does not invalidate whatever is written. It's just looking at it from a different lens. So I think be patient, my friend. I don't think we can wake up tomorrow and all external examiners around the world will be decolonized. Never mind ourselves. It might take years. Even myself, I'm not sure I'm not decolonized. Because when I sit down to write, I listen to Ludwig van Beethoven, which is, then I said to myself, this colonial music, is it colonial or what? I don't. Anyway, the long and short of it all, my friend, is that do it in small bits, but do something that you understand, you can justify. That's just my take. It may not be the truth.
Thank you, Prof. I'll start with the last one. There are too many Africans examining our doctoral thesis. Prof. Siepe, in the 3 days that he has addressed us, he cited people from different parts of the global south. So the university is complaining about us only focusing on people from Africa because those are not the only people that we can use. But we have people in India, we have people in Brazil, Mexico. The global south is wide. So the concern, I could actually see it coming because our examiners are mainly from Eswatini, Zim, and Nigeria. But even Africa, we are not exploring the rest of Africa. So that is where the concern came from. And I'm the one who conveyed that concern to the faculty because I sit at SINEX. But we don't use people from Morocco, from Egypt, from Niger. We don't. It's mainly Zim, Nigeria, and Eswatini. So they are saying, let us cast our nets wider. But I want to say also, it's not only Africa. The global south is vast. So let us explore. Okay. And then this issue of language. Yeah, I also heard Minister Angie Motshekga saying that as from 2025, the language of learning and teaching in grade 4 will be indigenous languages. In thinking about what they will do when that time comes. And then the issue of preparing academics, that one, I don't know how we can do it. But if you remember our last graduation, all the speeches from Monday to Friday were in English. And I was thinking to myself, we are talking one thing, information, Prof. Mhlongo, but knowledge is something else. There was no evidence that as an institution, we are indigenous, we are decolonizing, that we are prioritizing indigenous languages. Not a single speech was in isiZulu. 10 days, 10 sessions of graduate, not a single one. So yeah, not a single session, yes. And then the first question from Prof. Govender was in terms of cascading knowledge, how, other than meeting and discussing, how else can we process this? But I want to say, Prof. Govender, the best place is within the faculty, those social meetings that we are planning. We are social beings, we learn in community. I think that is the best place. Individuals can read and all of that, but I think it will be important for us from time to time to come together and share ideas. In the Bible, there's a verse that says, iron sharpens iron. When we come together and we share ideas, we can actually strengthen each other's, improve each other's understanding of the concept. But also, I think as my parting shot, Prof. Siepe, to the faculty is now that we've heard all of this, how are we going to work from Monday onwards? And I want to challenge departments that within departments, within clusters, can we sit down and think about what steps are we going to take then to make this a reality? We can have short-term, medium-term, long-term plans. What is it that we can do starting from semester, in our planning for semester 2, to make sure that semester 2 is different from semester 1, to make sure that our engagement with students in semester 2, our materials in semester 2 are modified and different from those of semester 1 because of what we have consumed these 3 days. I know that we already started when Prof. Gumbo was here. We gave him 3 modules and he made suggestions, and I hope people have carried out those suggestions in their modules. But this workshop has also given us another opportunity individually now to think about what we teach and how we teach it, to say, what is it that I can change immediately? Prof. Kutame calls it low-hanging fruits. What are the low-hanging fruits in each one of your modules that you can tamper with and make sure that in semester 2, you are beginning to decolonize what is being consumed by your students in those modules. Thank you.
There's one online.
Oh.
There's a question that came online from Nomza Mukaba. It says, if code switching often leads to vernicularization, how then do we begin to decolonize knowledge? I am of the view that language is a social tool that can be used to shape, refine, and articulate ideas. If you permit me, I'll volunteer a 1-minute response to that. And I think it ties into the question Dr. Talas raised about how do you decolonize mathematical concepts. Language is a set of signs, notations, figures and notations. They're signifiers. They have no intrinsic meaning. The signs we use are not intrinsic, they're arbitrary. Concepts are compositions. I think the problem we have is that we approach concepts as if they are naturally occurring. Concepts like theories are a composition, a putting together of certain ideas. They are formulas. So in terms of decolonization, what we are saying is how do we put together our idea of reality and our approach to problem solving? Because approaches to problem solving will be culturally temporality, that is time. There will be time relevant. They will be contingent upon time. That's why I talked of the Asians who used rote learning. And if the outcome is to do well, their rote learning appears to have been better than what the West has been doing. So we can come up with concepts. The problem we have with many of our so-called scientists is they fetishize concepts. Like when they talk of Newton's laws of motion, they talk of it as if Newton discovered gravity. Newton didn't discover gravity. He used his own cultural notations to describe it. Yeah, it's there in nature. Many of these things, mathematics is these things, the idea of numbers coming together and being used. The ancient Egyptians who built the pyramids, which were the tallest buildings in the world for over 3,000 years, did not know Newton. Yeah, they didn't know, but they knew gravity. If they didn't know gravity, they would have put the pyramid upside down. They understood gravity, so they put the smallest pieces at the top and made the bottom a foundational base. Those who built Mapungubwe, and not just Africa, other civilizations across the world, Machu Picchu in the Americas, those. So if we fetishize a particular formula, we are actually disadvantaging ourselves and our students. We can come up with other formulas, or we may even use the same concepts if they are working for us. We may use the same concepts in ways that exposes them to the access of the learners. But we tend to do these things, we use certain words and ideas received that continue to alienate our learners. So our task is to make sure the reality we are trying to communicate, the problem-solving method we are trying to use, does not alienate the learner. I shared with Prof. Siepe yesterday, I read somewhere of a mathematician who taught his learners the number line in America by taking them on a train ride. He was trying to explain to them why, because many people struggle with this. Many people don't understand why 0 has a higher value than -2. For instance, he took them on a train ride. They started at a particular stop. That's the destination. He told them, as we go towards the destination, our value is increasing. From this bus stop to the next bus stop is 1. To the other bus stop is 2. To that bus stop is 3. But as we go away from our destination, our value decreases. He said that was all he did to explain the number line to them, which was a very innovative way. So that's what we are saying, basically, when we talk about, and it ties to our fetishization of foreign languages. We fetishize, we worship English. I have been, from when I was a child, my parents were teachers. People stop me in church, at school. Oh, you speak very good English. Oh, you speak very good English. Even if what I'm saying is nonsense, it really doesn't matter to some people. And that is part of what we are asking us to change. We ought not to fetishize language, if the use of language. If I'm not communicating, or if the information I'm giving, as Prof. Mpongo has shared, if it is not knowledge, if it's not meaningful, if it's not useful, then it's useless. So those are some of the attitudes. I think my 1 minute is up. Okay.
In terms of what Unomza Mokaba has asked, code switching is fine, but remember, when you are code switching and you are teaching the Newton's law, you're still teaching Newton's law. The curriculum is still alienating. So whilst we want students to access what we're teaching, but the aim of this exercise is to decolonize the content. We want to find things that resonate with our students. Thank you.
Prof. Govender, and then it will be you, Prof. Intervention.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say also that often when we teach, we find things in the environment to teach, but we look for very Western modern things to use. And we forget to use cultural things to do the teaching with. So I think it's very important. For example, we use things like in technology to talk about bricklaying, for example. So then we'll want to use modern bricklaying to talk about, whereas we could use traditional hut, which is many thousands of years of mud and thatch, and it's a structure, it's a formal structure, and that kind of structures lasted for very long times. And so this kind of thing is about the whole colonial issue. Why do we have to talk about modern bricklaying when we can talk about how the old structures were built? So that's the whole concept of colonialism, how we marvel at new structures like you were talking about, when we can talk about how old structures were built, or how, for example, modern medicine is so important when a lot of old medicine is just as relevant, herbs and so on. So that's the whole, because people have denigrated herbs and that type of thing, yet they are so valuable. Now scientists are looking at herbs and the value in traditional medicine, and are going back to traditional medicine and exercise. So we need to start flipping the script and encouraging, if we're going to teach something like in science or maths, looking at more traditional ways of teaching it instead of looking at the more modern ways of teaching it. Why is it only the 20th or the 21st century technique being used in the classroom? Why aren't the more traditional ways of teaching it, like mental health, for example? Why are we only teaching the more recent techniques? Why aren't traditional African-centered mental health techniques not being taught as well? You know, so also looking at that as well.
Thank you. Now we pass on let's put our hands together for the panelists. Okay, Prof. Siepe has elected to use the, but there's yes, yes, we are now released. Babtwala, we will take a few minutes to reconfigure the arrangement so that Prof. Siepe is visible to the online audience. I sincerely apologize on behalf of everybody who spoke for more than 1 minute. My calculation that we would leave here at 12:30 was contingent on the expectation that nobody would speak for 1 minute. So I apologize on behalf of Dr. Talasi. I'm Prof. Ntombela. I apologize in advance on behalf of Prof. Siepe for his closing remarks. So, but I must say, and I know I'm repeating this, that this has been a very, very stimulating. We have not even answered half of the points that colleagues have raised, but we are going to keep thinking about them. And Dr. Buthelezi, I can assure you that the point you made about culture, or the apparent confusion, is a very powerful point. It's a point that has been made. Light, camera. You don't need this slide. Yeah, but he needs the camera. It's the same point theorized by Chinua Achebe when he talked about No Longer at Ease in his second novel. The same point engaged in depth by Frantz Fanon when he talks about black skins, white masks. The same point engaged in by many of the African American scholars that Prof. Siepe mentioned. Garvey, Du Bois talks about double consciousness. So you are talking about the fragmentation of the sensitivities and the consciousness of African people. It's not just the children. It may very well be some of us. Us too. There's that confusion. Many of us don't know who we are. Yes. And I'm doing a work on African thought, as I said earlier. I would like to invite you to participate when I share it. That's one of the questions I'm tackling with. What is African? What really is African? It's a very difficult question to answer these days. Maybe 300 years ago, it would have been easy to answer. But it's a very difficult thing, and we have to keep thinking about these things. As academics, I think Prof. Sepe also told us that we are supposed to engage ideas, even when we are not able to provide answers. Prof. Sepe. Okay, this you can use.
Good afternoon once more. And I want to thank you for giving me the time and also educating me with a number of questions and your contributions. And I must also say this has been a very exhilarating and a very exciting engagement. And I see that you guys don't get it. You're not supposed to ask me difficult questions. You are supposed to make me look very intelligent by asking questions that I can answer. Now, let me start with the obvious. We are engaged in a Herculean task of having to reverse 450 years of psychological damage that came from colonialism. And if you understand the investment in the subjugation at the psychological level of a people, it is not something that a workshop will achieve, or even it will take a number of years. So this is a commitment for something that will be a long haul. So that is the first thing. The second thing that I would like to remind us, especially people who are in education, what Professor Moyo and Professor Akpome and others have tried to do in the Dean is to try to say we need to be excited by discussions, intellectual discussions. And when I used to be at this university, one of the things that I said to the Vice Chancellor is that we must turn the university into a space of intellectual deliberations where people experiment with ideas, where we quarrel with ideas. And I come from a place where my professor was disappointed that I became a professor. He said to me, "Is that all you could be?" You know, he thought I could do better than him. And he was disappointed that he produced somebody who ended up being at the same level as he was. And I did say that I tried, but well, that's all I could do. But the long and short of it, of the intellectual deliberations, is to try to create a critical mass of thinkers. If you study the history of scholarship, and also even in our continent, you have, I indicated that I met a number of scholars in the US in the 80s whose sense of pride was that they've been to the Dar School, that they've been to the School of Sociology in Dar es Salaam. So if you had been to that school, you would be advancing a very new way of looking at sociology. And the scholars, both black and white, who were in sociology wanted to spend at least some time in the Dar School. It is a Dar School that produced people like Walter Rodney. In Ibadan, they also had a school that looked at the history and reshaping the understanding of history, and also making arguments of how the history of Africa should be read and should be seen. And there were very intellectual debates there. But what they did was to create a critical mass of people engaged with ideas. What you have at the University of Zululand is an opportunity to create a critical mass of decolonial scholars. The scholars who have taken it upon themselves the burden and the challenge of reversing the 450 years of psychological damage on African people. So this must be seen as a part of the long struggle for freedom and epistemic freedom. Then one of the things that Professor Moyo tried to emphasize is that we don't come into this without a baggage. We come into this having been socialized in a particular way. And that way we know is not working for African people. You look at all other countries in the last 50 years of development, economic development, look at the level of poverty. Africa is said that in 2025, it will be the home of 80% of the poorest of the world. So effectively, any intervention that has occurred, any adoption of systems from elsewhere have not worked for our people. They are the most poor and the most diseased and the most hopeless. So more of the same cannot be a path that we're going to take. So we need to understand that this is an existential crisis for what it means to be African. So when people celebrate other things, we know those things have not worked for African people. So we are entering this with the intention of getting into some form of civil disobedience. Disobedience against injustice that is perpetrated by the system of colonization and colonialism. But in our business, we're in the business of ideas. So we're talking about epistemic disobedience. And if you read the booklet that Professor Moyo was talking about, he talks about the entanglement and mentioned that these areas of colonialities, they are mutually reinforcing. You have a coloniality of knowledge, you have a coloniality of power, and you have coloniality of being. So we need to understand what we are dealing with. That's why he's urging you to read what he has put together. And also the greatest honor you can give to a scholar, and people don't understand this, is to quarrel with the ideas. I value when people criticize my perspective, because what it does three things. One, it helps me to be confident of the correctness of my position. If what they say is nonsensical, which often is the case. And secondly, it helps me to improve based on the things that they're saying. And sometimes it forces me to abandon whatever I was saying. But because if what I was saying can be proven to be nonsensical, I don't have to stick to the nonsense because it comes from me. Nonsense is still nonsense, even if I had said it. So I welcome that level of engagement, and because I'm fascinated by ideas, and the ideas must be able to withstand the challenge. The other aspect that you may have to read this, because I'm not going to go into it, is how we see reality, how we understand it, can also create that reality. It's what is called where epistemology creates ontology. Professor Moyo captures that, but you can even look at the many articles that talks about that. But the importance of ideas cannot be overemphasized. Professor Akume was at pains to also talk about the challenge, and Hotunji also talks about that challenge, the challenge of theory building. We may have to have a session of what it takes to theorize, because every time we talk about theories, it is always received theories. But I liked what Professor Akume said when he says the problem with theory is that it imposes a meaning. And once you attach a meaning to something, it also defines the course of action. If you take another theory, it will also define another action. But the biggest challenge that has happened in the continent is a absence of theory building institutions. It's what is called a theoretical vacuum. And you need to understand that theoretical vacuum in the same way as we understand what is called the industrial vacuum. But I need to take you a little bit on this one. There's an article written by KPMG called On Africa Rising. What it does, it amplifies the concept of the industrial vacuum in Africa by saying Africa is a place of extraction, and it's also both in terms of the real material and the natural resources, but also in terms of data. But what it means is that they give an example of where Africa produces coffee of about 5 billion pounds. That coffee is taken out, raw as it is, where it gets processed outside and gets packaged and gets branded, and it becomes a 100 billion pounds industry. So effectively, what starts as a 5 billion pounds industry ends up being 100 billion pounds industry. But what happens is that the value adding, which in other minerals is called beneficiation and the processing, is taking place outside. But what it means when you take outside, you create industries there that are engaged in the processing. So Africa lacks the processing industries. But it is the same thing that happens even in scholarship, that we become a place where data is extracted, but theory takes place outside. So you have an industrial vacuum in terms of the economy, where there's no beneficiation of our minerals, which if you beneficiate, what it means, you are going to create industries. Unfortunately, since 1994, we have deindustrialized South Africa, and Africa has also been deindustrialized. So, but when you do that, you also export jobs, because the jobs that Africans would have been engaged with are being done by other people. Even the taxation and everything gets outside, and then we get the same material back to us. So even in knowledge, people come here, they study us, and they build theories, and then we take those theories back to ourselves. So the challenge of theory building, theorizing. I was taught by a professor at Harvard, and I tried to check him out a few years ago. Unfortunately, I was told that he's passed on. He was a mathematician, top mathematician, and he was at the time telling us that what we do is to study mathematics. And he felt that is actually wrong. He says, what we need to do is to create mathematics. We must mathematize. We must be engaged in creating new mathematics rather than to only rely on Pythagoras. Professor Akpome, you could actually be correct there to say I also spend more time not in the classroom but in the streets because I should have mathematized a lot than being engaged in the protest and the Free South Africa movement. But the point is, there is a need for people to mathematize, to do new mathematics. And in this area, we'll have a responsibility of theorizing, creating new theories. And as Professor Akpome says, theories impose a particular meaning which decides what course of action will take. So I wanted to touch on that because I think it's a very important point that you raise. Then the question is raised also, how do we decolonize the masses? And I'll answer that in two ways. When a friend of mine who is, I've dedicated a book on him, Herbert Villagaz, came back from the US after spending many years there, he came to his homeland in KZN. And he says to me, he was sitting addressing the people, the audience, who were all Zulu speakers. And he was telling them about how we have lost our culture. And he kept on hammering this loss of culture until he realizes that the audience felt sorry for him. They felt sorry for him because they never saw themselves as having lost their culture. He had lost his culture, but he was imposing it on them because they never thought they have been Zulus and they will continue to be Zulus. They seem surprised that now suddenly we're no longer Zulus. And then he realized that he's the one who's got a problem, you know. So again, when you come to our people, the fault is not so much with our people, it is largely with us. This is why when we talk about decolonization, we are very clear that it is about recontracting with our people, with our locals, with our communities. Because what we have done, most of us, when we get educated, we move away from our people. Even when we want to a place to stay, we want to be as far away from our people as we can. So our people are less of a problem, we are the problem. And hence, if you look at the statement that we've made, it's very clear that it is about recontracting with our communities. So that, and when you recontract with your communities, you're doing what all nations do. All nations that develop, they develop on the basis of recontracting with their own people. But when an African gets educated, as Villagaz will put it, he says they get Europeanized or Americanized. But when Europeans get educated, they remain European. When the Japanese get educated, they remain Japanese. So the problem is not, so we need to also look at where the problem is. So our people are not suffering from decolonization. We are suffering from that. And the third thing is a point that was raised by Ndadi Buthelezi about the people knowing their culture. If you don't know your culture, you do what we have done, especially those of us who are miseducated. When I was in government, I spent 10 years in government. The first thing that fascinated me as an outsider to government was the benchmarking. Every policy that we were doing, we're benchmarking. And after some time, I realized that there's actually a problem with this benchmarking. A benchmarking that you don't, we're doing it as almost necessary. But I realized that when you look at other nations, they do benchmarking differently. When they have a problem, they think about it. They don't outsource thinking. But what we did was to go everywhere to look at what looks easy to adopt, because we lacked a sense of cultural positioning. We suffered from a sense of doubt. So this is why most policies that we have are policies that are so disconnected to the reality. You look at the mess we made in education. You look at the crisis of disrespect that are there in the system. I mean, when I was at school, if I broke the window, the school's window, I'll be in trouble with the school, I'll be in trouble with the community, I'll be in trouble at home. Now you have kids who just go around breaking stuff. That's why even our students, they go and breaking stuff. Because what we have done is that we've adopted perspectives, approaches that are so delinked from our own culture. So the issue of culture is so important. I mean, I'm an urban black. I don't have a rural setting to go to. I mean, I'm stuck in Joburg, you know. So even December, when guys from Zululand go to Zululand and some guy go to Limpopo, I'm stuck. Well, the advantage is that I have a lot of oxygen, but that's something. But the point is, most of us have been deculturalized, and as a result, we are lost in space. And you should see people who are not rooted in their culture. What you find is a level of violence. I mean, you go to communities in the States, you go to communities here where people do not know their cultural location. Those are death traps. So culture is very important. But if you are rooted, then you'll be also sure that you don't outsource the right to think solutions for your problems. Then only when you have done that, then you can check who else has tried it this way. But what I found in government is that almost every policy, but it was because we're so unsure ourselves, we had to show the master, is this right? Oh, but minister, no, but we copied from you. So, so that is what has happened. But it's when people have no cultural base. And when you talk about the cultural base, you're also talking about the intellectual base. You're talking about even the right to think through. So what if the West was not there? What were we going to do? We've done this we've existed without being colonized because we did not outsource the issues that were faced. Then the last one is what about mathematics? What about science? One of the articles that I wrote, and it was an article that I wrote it was laced with academic jargon. And I was trying to make a case for use of African languages to study mathematics and physics and all that. And an editor of City Press read the piece that I wrote. He published it. But he was very angry with me because he said he spent a lot of time even to check the dictionary, check all that, encyclopedia. I said, no, please, what next time when you write in such a way that ordinary people could, But then he gave it a title, which was not mine. He says, what Professor Sepe is saying is that nature does not write its laws in English. And the point he was making is that when I fall, I don't fall in English. I don't fall in Germany. I don't fall in Japanese. I don't fall in French. Because the natural laws are there for all of us. And what we need to do is to find a way of making sense of that reality. And if other people have made sense of that reality, appropriating their thoughts which work for you, it's simply a mark of confidence in yourself. It's not a problem. That's why we say we're not throwing things that work. You appropriate them. Actually, most of the knowledge that is called Western knowledge is knowledge that has been appropriated everywhere, because people who are comfortable in themselves will appropriate that which works for them. So that is the first point that I want to say, that the science, Africans always have produced science. I mean, if you take the concept of a boomerang, I mean, the science that is there to throw something that comes back to you and as a hunting tool, you cover all the laws of physics there. But you have to ask the people there, how did you do it? How do you know that if it's carved this way, it will actually do that? So those things are there, they have been used. The people who used to hunt for animals using poison, they knew how much poison will be required in a bow and arrow, in an arrow for you, and they will tell you why after doing that it will not die. Even the people who eat snakes. I mean, I was surprised when I went to the East. Actually, every time I could go to the East, I tell them that I'm a vegetarian because because I just. But you find that the people that eat almost everything, cockroaches, whatever. There must have been so much hunger there that everything gets eaten, But you go into the restaurant, then you see a snake that is and the guy says, "I want that one." Said, "You're gonna eat that?" And in some places, I had been given a python that was on the table. It was supposed to be a delicacy, and he'll look at this. No, but anyway, the long and short of it is that people have tried to make sense of realities. But I want to also underscore this, that if you know your science, you'll always find around you ways in which you can actually teach that science. I just showed Professor Moyo an article. You can Google this guy. His name is Leon Lederman. Leon Lederman, I don't know, I think he might have passed on. He was a physicist and Nobel Prize winner. While he was running a Fermilab, one of the top, he was studying subatomic particles, and he has come up with one. That's why he got a Nobel Prize. He was sitting in his office in this prestigious lab called the Fermilab. And as he was sitting there, then he is watching the news. The news, they talk about this school in Chicago, and they say it's the worst school in the nation. And it bothered him because what he knows is that young people are curious. And they were attributing that it was because there was no lab and all that. And he decided to resign from being the director of Fermilab. That's information that's available. And he went to teach that school in Chicago, School of Black Kids, the West School. And he used whatever was there to teach kids. And his classes were exciting because he did not need the laboratory that was fully fledged for him he found in a room everything that could be used. And as somebody who has worked also in defense, one of the people that we produced as soldiers are we have some of the best soldiers who can go into anybody's kitchen, and when they come out of there, they can actually create a bomb. They're some of the best that we have, But because they know the subject very well, they can teach anything, and this is what we expect. And of course, there are certain concepts that as I say, because nature does not write its laws in English, and we have ways of verification whether something works. You can always create that. But as I say, this will take time. There's a fellow called Kwasi Wiredu. I mean, you can check him, Wiredi, Wiredu, Kwasi, not Kwesi. He's a Ghanaian philosopher. He died actually 2022. I happened to, Dr. Rata, I happened to share a platform with him. And he wrote something on philosophy and the scientific thinking of Africans. And I was intimidated that I'm going to be sharing same space with him. I was giving a keynote address to a conference of philosophers. And one of my friends who was a philosopher was so angry with me and angry with the people who had arranged that somebody who's a non-philosopher can be provided a platform to give a keynote address nogal, But I made sure that I read Kwasi Wiredu's book. It's a magnus opus. It's almost 1,000 words per pages, but it's a profound when he looks at African knowledge system and also the thinking, and showing one-to-one correspondence that actually the approach that the West has is not any different from our approach. There may have been differences in attribution to what we may call the cause, but it's a very interesting thing that shows the thinking among. So we need to go there to get those works, because that work has already been done by people like him. And then if you want to deal with the teaching mathematics in the manner, or physics in the manner that students can relate to, those guys have already done the work. The guys like Van Sedema have done the work. There's a book that on African Renaissance by Mahoba is available, and actually I've got the two texts on it, copies. If you read it, there are some top scientists who have actually written there on how to deal with the science, because often people tend to think that it is only the humanities who deal with that. But what we decided to do is to say, let's deal with the hard sciences to show that it is actually possible. But if you read what we read, you'll find a lot of work in terms of which will answer most of your of your questions, but it is doable, and there's been civilization, scientific. People talk about Mapungwe, they talk about the Zimbabwe runes. You get Nigeria. There's been a lot of science that has been actually been done there. As I said, that one of the challenges that we have with colonization was also the omissions and the museumization, where all our thinking is put in a museum as if it is not scientific thought. So, but it's a long-term project given the damage that has been done. But it's also a very important issue to deal with. Then the two more issues that well, I think Professor Ntombela has already responded to appointing too many Africans, that they all, it's been quite, it's just a cast the net wider, so that there is no, we minimize the incestuous nature of scholarship, to say, let's have different people. And the question about the eye in the needle of the needle is also correct. But the comfort thought is that we're not running short of those scholars. It's only that we have not created the network. There's a network of decolonial scholars in South America, Global South, as Professor Ntombela says. So that is an issue that is easily, she has already responded to it, that it's not so much in needle in a haystack. There are people, if you look for people, you'll find them. But if you're blinded, you'll not find them. I mean, this is why in this country you'll have many white institutions, when they have to appoint black people, they can't find them. Anyway, actually, I've written a chapter that you guys can, on higher education transformation. And what it shows is the dishonesty of historically white universities about not finding black people. And what this white person writes, he says, I used to sit in panels at the University of Cape Town, where the people who have applied for positions would be excluded, not because they don't qualify. And it says at times, those applicants who are black are more qualified than the panel. So this notion of you can't find blacks, it's actually nonsense. So, but we're not trying to go elsewhere. We're trying to create a critical mass of scholars, of decolonial scholars here, in the same way that you had the Frankfurt School, in the same way that you had the school, Ibadan School of History, in the same way that you had the School of Sociology in Dar es Salaam, so that you become the center and you also become a magnet of scholars everywhere else. And of course, the issue of retention is a strategy, something that is very important. It's a part of negotiating, but you have at least right now a vice chancellor who recognizes that there is also a need to retain and to seek people who are going to take the project forward. The last point is that any change will have a form of pain. When in the book that I edited, it's a recent book on higher education revisited, asked Professor Makgoba to reflect on how has he experienced South Africa since he came back. And among other things that he said he found very amazing about actually there are three things. He said the one is that you guys don't keep time. Coming from Oxford, he was so used to people being on time, and he was frustrated by the ease with which we don't take time seriously. So that was one part, which I said, yes, I'm equally frustrated by that. Then the second part is that when we have an issue to do, a problem to solve in this country, if there's a window broken, what we do, instead of fixing the window, we set up a task team. And the task team will look at the window, and then there's a committee that will then be established, and we make sure that the committee is it's also multiracial, so that and then after that, after 3 months, then the window will be fixed. He says this is one thing that he finds so common in this country, that there's always an excuse of not solving a problem. And he says the third one is we think that the change will take place without the pain. And he says he finds it so nonsensical because any form of transformation means that you are disturbing the status quo. And when you disturb the status quo, you must also understand that there are people who benefit from the status quo. And those people will always resist change. And also, like what is also important is that when you go to American universities, they don't say here in America there's so many of us and all that, we must accommodate the Chinese and all that. So no, the Chinese must know that this is America. The Japanese must know that this is America. But for some reason, when we have to make change, we become so obsessed with the people who have joined you out of interest, but now you make their peripheral interest to be dominant. You know, there's a book called In My Father's House by Kwame Appiah, Antonio Appiah, who was based at Harvard University. And when Kwesi Pra critiqued that book, because what Kwame Appiah, who's a Ghanaian scholar, was trying to do, he was to say, one, that in his family, there are people from all races. But what Kwesi Pra was saying, but Appiah cannot make a very minute existence to be the one that determines the majority. So the majority of the people do not come from that type of house. But he was, and of course, that the book became a bestseller until Kwesi said, no, but we should quarrel with this, where people who are on the periphery start making the periphery a way of being. And when you do that, you undermine the majority of the people who are not like that. So what I'm saying, in short, is any transformation will have difficulties in the sense that those who are beneficiaries of the status quo, it doesn't matter how you try to convince them, but because they benefit from the system. So if you want to deal with injustice, those who benefit from injustice are going to quarrel with you. You are not going to convince them. This is why Lutuli said to Mandela, who of you can deny that 30 years of my life has been spent knocking at the door of a white man? What he was doing knocking at the door of a white man to undermine, to say, maybe you should undermine your interest. But the white man was saying, no, I'm not going to undermine my interest. You can keep on knocking, but nobody is listening. So you need to understand that transformation comes up with pain. Colleagues, let me thank you very much, and just to remind you that your challenge is a big challenge, and you are the only university in the world that has embarked on this. Everywhere else where you try it, it is not at an institutional level. It is at a small department in a corner. It is in a ghetto. It has been ghettoized. But what you're doing is a mission impossible. But as Baldwin says, in our country, the mission, the impossible is the least we can demand. And Bernard Shaw concludes by saying, some people see things as they are and ask why. I see things as they never were and ask why not.
Thank you so much, Prof. Siepe. Thank you, colleagues. I'll now invite the Dean of the Faculty of Education, Professor Tombela, to give us the closing remarks.
So I'm the one standing between lunch and these guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. Program director, we forgot to tell you that we have a writing retreat after this. So we have a bus waiting for us at main campus. We're going to Zingwazi. But colleagues, thank you very much. Prof. Siepe, I don't think we can thank you enough for the engagements, the deliberations that have gone on in this room. Prof. Moyo, I don't think we can thank you enough. Dr. Akpome, Dr. Ratau. Yeah, I don't think we can thank you enough for the work, your part in this. And colleagues here and those online, thank you very much for making this a vibrant 3 days of engagement. Prof. Moyo yesterday did thank you, but I want to reiterate what he said, that you made it really, really interesting, exciting. There wasn't a boring moment. Thank you. As we conclude, I just want to pick up on a few things. One of them, Prof. Siepe, you highlighted that in 1994, there was an exodus of Black learners from township schools to former Model C schools. And I think it's important for us in this room, because we are the Faculty of Education, to reflect why that happened and why it continues to happen. The quality of teaching that goes on in township schools and rural schools leaves much to be desired than the quality of teaching that happens there. There might be issues in former Model C schools in terms of racism and the alienation of our children and the bullying, but the resourcing remains unequaled. So most parents yearn for those kinds of experiences for their children. And we have a responsibility, therefore, as a Faculty of Education, to equip our students when they go to teach in rural schools, that they teach in a manner that surpasses what those children in urban schools experience. I already know of a few schools in townships and in rural areas where matric results are 100% every year without the resourcing. We need to duplicate those schools. We need to know what is it that those people are doing so that we can duplicate such schools. Because really, sending our kids to former Model C schools does more damage than it does them good. Most of those kids who graduate from those former Model C schools are at cliques. They're not at varsity. They are cashiers and checkers and what. And that's not what we want. So it's something that we need to address as a faculty. Also, Prof. Siepe, you said nature does not write its laws in English. You reminded me of a former colleague of mine when we we were on an exchange at England and we got involved in a car accident. And this person said, "Awe ma," and then they remembered that we were in England, and she said, "Oh, mother, oh, mother." Yeah, hey, yeah, guys, life, yeah. Anyway, colleagues, I want something that Untombi asked. How will we know when we have arrived? And I came across George Sifa Day's article, Decolonizing the University, the Challenges and Possibilities of Inclusive Education. And there's something he says there, which I think we should keep in mind. He says, when we decolonize knowledge, our students must be informed about the complete genesis of ideas, events, occurrences, and developments that have shaped and continue to shape human history and development. This challenge in part calls for responding to the question of representation as bodies, as well as knowledges through our curriculum and classroom pedagogies. That is, engaging multiple voices, bodies, knowledges, and experiences through a representation of who teachers are, what is taught, why it is taught, and how it is taught. It made me think of what Prof. Siepe said, that there are many pyramids of knowledge out there. And for us as teachers, the main issue is which pyramid do we go to get knowledge and why? And we should always make sure that we don't privilege one at the expense of the other. We want to make the circle bigger, as I said yesterday. So colleagues, as we close, I want to also thank everybody who has participated in making this event a success. And my parting shot to us as a faculty is we need to go back to our faculty, we need to go back to our departments and think about how then do we take this forward. Yes, it is advocacy, but we've got to try and operationalize some of the things that we have learned here. So I would like us to think about, for example, we already are trying to make sure that entrepreneurship is mainstreamed, because we are producing graduates that don't get employment doesn't help. But if we give them the skills to be entrepreneur, to think about ideas, that we are addressing the issue in one way. But also we need to look at our curriculum, the rest of the curriculum, not just the introduction of entrepreneurship. How do we restore the dignity of our students and fight the violence or push back the violence of poverty through our curriculum? So I am inviting you, colleagues, to think about what is it that we can do within departments. We can look at short-term, medium-term, and long-term things that we can do. And I would love to have those from you. Today is Friday, maybe not next Friday. I'm giving you 2 weeks. Because next week we are meeting as EXCO, maybe as departments the following week. If you can think about what is it that we as departments, as clusters can do to try and put some of these things learned in this workshop put them into action. Is that clear? Yes. Okay. Program director, I want to say thank you to everybody, and I think I did thank people at the start of this workshop, but I want to say thank you again to everybody for a vibrant, very vibrant 3 days that we've had here. I want to thank also the VC. I'm sure she is the one who made this possible. I thank the DVCs for their support, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you. He says, I must say, by the powers vested in me, I declare this congregation of the Faculty of Education closed.